me hear that. Hope you die a lot today in Elden Ring, boy.
What the fuck? Was that 1,000 gemstone? Jesus Christ. That blew my fucking eardrum. Oh my god. Hope you die a lot in Elden Ring, boy. Too late, it's already happened. But thank you for the 1,000 bitsies, K. Thank you, thank you. Jesus Christ. That was unnecessary, but thank you anyway. Appreciate it. Much love. Hello. What's up, Lucas? Elden Ring. Yeah. Okay, this is it's kinda weird now. Yeah, I don't know. The way K said is Elden Ring. Lucas' wife who happened to be Rin from Fate. It's kinda something, isn't it? What's up, Lucas? How you doing? Hello. But before we go back to Elden Ring, I actually want to check out some stuff. As you guys already see on the title, we got some PlayStation recap for the State of Play. That was live 2 days ago? I forgot. And then there's some gaming stuff that I want to check out as well, that I've been missing. So there's that. And for Elden Ring... Oh my fucking Jesus Christ.
If I could, I would throw this gems to your face.
Okay. You know what? Sure. After that 2,000, another 1,000 bitsies, 2,000 in total. You know what? I'll take it. That's why I'm not Masso. Thank you for another 1,000 bitsies. Jesus Christ, K. You don't have to. Thank you. Appreciate it. Much love. Thank you for... Hello, Saints. How you doing, man? What's up? Oh, Gemmer. Ooh. How you guys doing, by the way, chat? What's up? I just thought that we're not gonna stream again today, because originally the internet provider company told my landlord that the internet's gonna be up around 11 p.m., which is like right now it's 8 p.m., that means it's another 3 hours. And I don't know if I want to stream by then, like if I want to start a stream by then. Thank God it started early. Goddamn. I still don't understand, why would they do a maintenance on a Friday night of all days? I don't know. I feel like... I don't know, man. They did like a 6 hours, by the way. 6 hours maintenance. And it was actually disrupted my work earlier. During the... It's been out since lunchtime. Until I have dinner, took a shower, do my laundry, and then it's up. Like, what the hell, man? So they can claim OT? Yeah, I bet they're probably just chilling out there. Oh, man. But it's whatever. It's one of, once in a while thing. It's not like it happens all the time. What's up, Yua, by the way? How you doing? Hello. Yeah. Holy shit, the ice cube is too big. So huge. That's what she said. It's amazing how much housework you can do when internet is down. Oh, trust me. I actually funny that you mentioned that because I didn't mention it, but I actually did got so fucking bored that I actually ended up just cleaning up my wardrobe, my hardware cupboard thingy. Like I clean up all the fucking boxes, the fucking VR thingy thing, the hardware components and everything. I rearranged it, just make him look a little bit tidy. I, yeah, I don't know. Internet is a huge distraction, huh? That I forgot how dirty my room thingy is sometimes. So hey, I guess it's not all negative, you know. There's some good out of it. Cloning is the best way to pass time, plus it's very rewarding. True. True. True, true. Ha 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 ha. Dude, how am I supposed to drink this? The ice cube is so big. Jesus Christ. Oh, this song again. Chat, do you guys know? Actually, no, I think someone already answered it. Never mind. This is kind of weird. Like, this song is called. Shit, I forgot the name of the song. Shuraba by Tokyo Jihen. And it was in my really long time ago playlist, like way deep, like 2014, 2015. And I thought, because I'm not a huge J-pop or J-rock guy, right? Like, if I'm gonna like some Japanese song, it usually comes from an anime or a movie or some event or something like that. This song apparently it's not from any show, and it's just in my playlist. And I don't know, that never happened before. I never really liked a song that is not from a show or something like that. I guess at some point I was a real weep, huh? It's a really catchy song though. It's happening. Oh god. Created by Rad. Oh, trust me, if if it's created by me, it's gonna be a whole different thing. Oh, it's gotta be a whole different thing. Wait, where are we still in the intro? Oh, wait. Boop. There you go. Wait, you were a weep? Well, it's kind of weird to say this, but there's a there's a time way back, like we're talking about 5 to 10 years ago, where I was way like I can bet you 2000 to 2010's anime stuff, like anything before 2010 or 2013. I know anything about anime. Maybe not everything, but like most of things. Like I am the hugest weep that you can find in a high school. Huge. Like big time. The biggest one. Like now, sure, like I still like some anime and stuff like that, but I'm not up to date. Like last year, 2021, I only watched like 4 anime, maybe 3. And one of them was a rewatch of Initial D. You know? So, and back then, I'm talking about like I literally watch every single anime that at least somewhat, good. Seasonal anime, OVA, fucking mini series. You know what I'm talking about. Like I'm talking about big time.
Deja vu, I have been in this stream before.
Hell yeah. Initiality is one of my favorite. It's one of the show that kind of makes me really, really interested in drawing something that is not just character, you know what I mean? I actually attempted to draw cars and bikes before, but goddamn, it's a whole different thing. It's a whole lot different thing. What is this? Like I've told you guys before, right? Probably newcomers never heard of this, but I used to be an admin.
Conce
Dorifto. Yeah, exactly. Like I probably told you guys like 2 years ago. This is like probably only the OG of the stream heard about this, but I used to be an admin of some anime fans club group thingy on the Facebook. Like in 2012, some shit like that. I'm I'm not ashamed to say it. I was an admin of fucking anime fans club on Facebook. That's fucking right. Hell yeah. And we have like hundreds of, probably 1,000 by now. I don't know. But back then, I was an admin of hundreds of members. Hell yeah. That's right. That's right. Draw cars like the ones in Pixar. Okay, maybe not that one. Add that to your CV. I wish. I wish. Oh, fuck. I really do wish. No wonder you don't know what girls looks like. Excuse me? No. Are you trying to say that my baby girl, Rhea, is not one of the prettiest, cutest, well, all that stuff, huh? You know what I mean? Mods bend this guy. Yes, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Mm. What's this emote, by the way? Oh my god. Weeps detective. It's a white emote. Yeah, what? Sure. I've seen this everywhere, actually. Why not? I'm gonna be honest with you. Good luck finding an IRL Rhea. Okay, that's not the intention. Okay. Rhea is a character. It's not my ideal girl as per se. It's just like she happens to be my first OC. And well, maybe some of the traits of the character can or cannot be because of my likings. Sure, we debatable, right? But I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy that created a character because I like every single part of their thingy, you know. For example, um well, actually let's not talk about it. It's gonna be a bit weird topic. Anyways. Anyways. But you know what I mean. I guess Rhea, if in a nutshell, she's basically a character that I really like to draw, I guess you can say. Like I really love short hairs, drawing short hairs. I love drawing hoodies. Like I love hoodies. My favorite thing to wear is a hoodie. I own like 6 hoodies, different hoodies, and I wear hoodies all the time. Fucking pink, I'm not sure. Uh Not really my favorite color, but I don't know. It's just kind of fun, I guess. Look at this. Oh shit. I don't know, man. She's just really nice to draw, I guess. Very simple. Not that, not it just everything that I like about drawing in a character. What if a character if if my art style is a character, it's Rhea. Does that make sense? I don't know, man. This is actually one of a previous uh image that I used for the replacing Leo before. Up, 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 up. Imagine IRL Rhea. That sounds like the new Pinocchio. Jesus Christ! Please no. Oh my god! What do you remind me of? What do you remind me that again? Oh my god. Why? Why? Oh my god. Dad. Hold up. Where is it? I don't wanna.
There you go. Now, what should we name you? Maybe Leonardo. No, he'd grow up to be a turtle who only cares about pizza. I don't believe my eyes. Your name will be Pinocchio.
Father, when can I leave to be on my own? I've got the whole world to see.
You are too...
Slay! Oh my god. Oh my god. I forgot about that for a couple weeks. Oh my god, you Oh no, I cannot imagine Rhea sounds like that. Yes. Oh my god, the father. I want to become a real boy. Jeez. Material girl. Is that real? That's fucking real. I kid you not. I found them on Instagram. It was like viral. People make fun of it. I thought it was just like some parody. Fuck no, it's fucking Lionsgate. It's Lionsgate movies. It's real. Like Jesus Christ, they turn on the com. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shit. I don't know, man. I don't know how did they. I don't know. Maybe, like, maybe the movie is actually good. It's just that part. I don't know, man. But that's some very interesting voice casting that they did. It's definitely, yeah. Seems like an amazing movie to watch while drinking with peeps. Oh my fucking god. Father. Oh my god. All right. Oh my god, I'm crying, dude. Fuck. If you laugh, you drink. Oh, it's gonna be a disaster. Oh shit. Okay. Let's see. We got PlayStation State of Play, right? I haven't checked it out yet, so we can check that out. Obi-Wan Kenobi official teaser trailer. That's gotta be interesting. I'm not really looking forward for it, but it's Obi-Wan. As one of the actually most interesting character in the Star Wars. What else, chat, that I missed so far? Oh, I guess Assassin's Creed Ragnarok new trailer, the fucking DLC. Sure, we can check it out. What up, Payne? How you doing? Alright, before PlayStation, I guess we can check the rest of them first. La 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 la. How much? How much? How much? Oh, and I found this. There's I don't know what is going on with Bandai Namco, but they've been hiring some random ass fucking like advertiser to make advertisement for Elden Ring, but all the fucking ads is just it does it I don't know, just watch. This is Elden Ring promo in Thailand. Just watch.
แม่แม่ทำแหวนของคุณย่าตกเหรอ
ทำไมสภาพอย่างนี้ล่ะคุณ ทำแหวนแตกได้ไง
ฉันไม่ได้ตั้งใจอะมันหลุดมืออะ
แล้วแหวนตกแตกอย่างนี้จะต่อได้ไหมเนี่ย ถ้าคุณแม่มาเห็นน่ะ
The grandma's ring shattered.
เฮ้ย
What's up, Doom?
มาค่ะหนูช่วยเก็บค่ะ
Again, just a reminder. Elden Ring promo. This is an advertisement.
ทำไมถึงดื้อแบบนี้ แม่บอกกี่ทีแล้ว ทำไมไม่เชื่อฟังกัน ถ้าไม่รักแม่แล้ว ก็ออกไปเลยไป นั่นไงเก็บกอดฟ้าคิวเก็บปล่อยให้มันหนีไปนะเว้ย เร็วๆเดี๋ยวมันหนีนั่นไงได้แล้วได้แล้วได้แล้ว ไปเลยเจ้าทอแลนด์
Torrent! So fucking random. The Earth Tree. Oh my fucking god.
ต้นพฤกษาทองครับ ช่วยให้ผมสอบผ่านได้เถอะครับสาธุช่วยผมด้วยนะครับ ช่วยผมด้วย
นี่มันแหวนประจำตระกูล ต้องเป็นของพ่อ
แต่ฉันเป็นเมียคุณนะ ฉันต้องได้เยอะสุด
ผมเป็นน้องพี่ ผมมีสิทธิ์ได้
ผมเป็นลูกพ่อ
หนูอยู่บ้านนี้หนูก็มีสิทธิ์เหมือนกัน
แต่หนูก็เป็นคนในตระกูลนี้หนูก็มีสิทธิ์เหมือนกัน
ไม่ได้ ต้องเป็นของพ่อ
ฉันเป็นเมีย
อะไรนี่ต้องเป็นของพ่อ พ่อเป็นหัวหน้าครอบครัว
หยุด หยุดทะเลาะกันได้แล้ว ครอบครัวเดียวกันแท้ๆอะมูมาแย่งเศษแหวนกันซะงั้น เห็นต้นพฤกษาทองไหม มันยังทนฟังไม่ได้จนจะแห้งตายอยู่แล้ว แล้วนี่คุณย่าไปไหน
นี่พวกเราทำให้คุณย่าหนีออกจากบ้านไปอีกแล้วใช่ไหม ย่า ย่าครับ ย่าหายไปไหนมา
ย่าไม่ได้ไปไหนลูก ไม่ต้องเป็นห่วง ทุกอย่างจะดีขึ้น ถ้านักรบผู้มัวหมองกลับคืนมา
Elden Ring เกมที่จะพาคุณมุ่งสู่ดินแดนมัชชิมา ในมหาสงครามแย่งชิงเศษเสี้ยวแห่งวงแหวนเอลเดน กับเกมเพลย์สุดโหดตามแบบฉบับฮิเดทากะ มิยาสกิซีรีส์ Dark Soul ดำดิ่งไปกับเนื้อเรื่องแห่งเทวตำนานสุดลึกล้ำจากจินตนาการของจอร์จ อาร์มาร์ตินผจญภัยในแผนที่สุดกว้างใหญ่งดงาม และดันเจียนสลับซับซ้อนระทึกไปกับระบบการต่อสู้สุดเร้าใจในเกมแอคชั่น RPG สุดมัน เจ้าผู้มัวหมองเอ๋ยพร้อมเข้าร่วมสงครามแล้วหรือยังสงครามสำหรับผู้ที่จะได้ขึ้นเป็นราชาแห่งเอลเดน แต่เพียงผู้เดียว
บอลเลยตีบอลเลยคุณยายกดตรงนี้ใช้สกิลพิเศษ
นี่ย่าไม่ใช่มือใหม่นะ ดูย่าแล้วจำตัวอย่างเอาไว้ นี่
Oh
ต้องอย่างนี้
shit. Oh my god, Grandma just did a fucking backstab to the fucking tree sentinel. Holy shit. Calm down, Grandma. Jesus Christ. Honestly, I have no idea who the fuck behind the marketing for Bandai Namco. But they need to get a raise. Immediately. Right now. Holy shit. I don't know. I don't know how the fuck that ad became a thing, but it became a thing, I guess. Grandma was pressing the right stick. What? Give him a break, man. Come on. The fucking ads in the first place doesn't have anything to do with it. Oh my fucking god. Fucking Bandai Namco, dude. Ah, shit. I'm just glad they don't have anything to do with the fucking Pinocchio voice actor guy. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ. What's up, by the way, Gara and Doomy? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Elden Lord. Alright. Next one, we got... Ba-da-ba-da. No, not that one. Dude, everyone's talking about the Batman. Kind of want to watch it, but I don't want to go to the cinema, dude. Just finished the game, so I feel good. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Elden Ringing. I guess we could check out the state of play. What the hell is this? This is some fucking random video. If Elden Ring was made by any other company? Wait, okay, it's kind of interesting. It's gotta show up in my feed. Oh my fucking god. Elden Ring Battle Royale. Isn't there already a fucking melee Battle Royale game? What was it called again? I forgot. I feel like we played it before on stream. Didn't we? I forgot what it's called. Watch Obi-Wan trailer? Oh yeah, fuck. Forget about that. Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's just a teaser trailer though. What the fuck? 1 minute 40-second teaser trailer? Alright. Okay, this is a real deal. I go play Valor. Okay, have fun, dude.
The fight is done. We lost.
No. Why is it title so small? Oh!
Stay hidden.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god.
To hunting Jedi. This patience.
Oh, the music. Wait, who the fuck is that?
Jedi cannot help what they are. Their compassion leaves a trail. The Jedi code is like an itch. He cannot help it. Where is he?
Wait, the Grand Inquisitor? Oh shit. Oh my god, dude. Ah. Damn. Oh my god, that music though.
The fight is done.
Hold up, where is it? When they drop the fucking thing.
Stay hidden.
Oh no no. Holy shit. Oh, that brings back. Holy shit. So this means that since Luke's still a young kid, it's supposed to be before episode 3, right? Like way before. I mean, before episode 4, but after. So it's like the same timeline as the Rogue One, isn't it? Been playing VRC. I don't think that's the case either. I think their family is too poor for a fucking VRC shit. He's just fucking acting like he's playing the fucking thing. Oh man. Oh dude. Holy shit. The Obi. This is actually a very good timing because Ewan, the fucking actor, is also, you know, obviously older than when he was playing Obi on episode 3 and stuff. But at the same time, in this story, this is also like when Obi-Wan Kenobi was like younger from the episode 4. Oh my god. It's so perfect, dude. I'm actually excited for this one. I'm actually excited for this. God damn. Like Luke is probably about 10 or so. Yeah. I don't know the exact timeline-ish. Since I only keep up with like the main movies. Like I haven't even watched the Mandalorian. Like I only watched like episode 1 for that, and then I was like, eh. Because I cannot really keep up with series. I tend to like drop it midway. That was cool though. Although that's gotta be a series as well, right? Oh man. I was actually wish that it would be like a movie. Like the Han Solo movie. Or the Rogue One. I feel like it should be a movie, but I mean, Sure, I guess. I guess they're more into extended story of Obi-Wan Kenobi journey. Probably because Mandalorian got so much positive reviews. That's why they kind of start extending this Star Wars universe. Our Mandalorian's actually really fucking good. Maybe I should give it a try someday. Oh, the Mandalorian though? Yeah. That's what I heard. But I'm just not really into like following a series. Because I tend to either drop it somewhere midway if it's still airing, or there's just too much episode for me to keep up. How much episode is it? How many episodes? Mandalorian. Oh my god, it's 2 seasons as well. 16. Okay, 8 for each. Okay. It's kind of a little bit like, anime. Such a great series, made me interested in Star Wars. Oh my god, wait, that's interesting. You never watched Star Wars? But Mandalorian got you interested in Star Wars? That's interesting. Because I actually love the original trilogy, the prequel. Not so much. The sequel is okay. The sequel trilogy, but the original trilogy is definitely really, really good. Like one of the memorable movies for me. It's rad you drop it like story games. True. It's a good standalone series. Don't even need like big characters in it. True. As a lifelong Star Wars fans, Mandalorian is so great because it heals so many wounds that were made by the sequel. Okay, you know what? From that perspective, I gotcha. But yeah, goddamn, the sequel is really fucking weird. Like the first episode of the sequel trilogy, I was like, you know what? Is this kind of like nostalgia, right? Like the nostalgia is kicking in, like, oh my god, I remember this part, and then that part, and then this part. Oh, so cool. Luke's also like old and shit. Oh my god, like, all the fucking rush coming in. Then episode 2 is like, where are they bringing this story? I don't, what is going on here? And then episode 3 just like, it's a complete fart. It's so disappointing, honestly. I don't know. I don't know what went wrong. The director, the writer, I don't know, dude. It's a little bit, It happened though. It is what it is. It is what it is. Alright. Is there anything else, chat? Any trailers or any news that you want me to watch before State of Play? Bunch of games trailer from PlayStation. Better Red, I just got my fave looking armor in Elden Ring. Ooh, what is it? Fashion Souls. Or, I guess in this case, Fashion Ring. The fashion in Souls games always favorite topic of mine. I'm actually still sticking with cosplaying as Blythe. I'm planning to beat the game as Blythe. That's the plan though, but we'll see. Still haven't found any costume to replace this with. Caitlin Kennedy? Oh, the actor? Caitlin. Come back to the white on white. I know what you're going to do. Oh, the director, sorry. She did Indiana Jones. She's gonna do Indiana Jones 5? Oh my god. You know, listen. You know, maybe it's not her, right? Because I see some good stuff here, right? I see some good movies here that she directed before. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. She's the president of Lucasfilm. Bruh. Oh, Raging Wolf is the guy, is the trailer guy, right? The Raging Wolf is actually pretty dope. It's the trailer guy. It's actually pretty dope, especially the helmet. The helmet's pretty fucking nutty. Cool shit, man. Cool shit. I'm actually still fully cosplaying as Blythe. This dude. Like, this is just my character, basically. Except the sword is Twin Blade. So far. In a black on black and a white on white. My waifu, A2. Hell yeah. Welcome. Where is it? I thought I posted a screenshot somewhere. You can ride all night. One, two. There it is. Okay, you cannot see anything here. Hold up. Oh, I actually haven't taken any screenshot with the new character in detail. Yeah, I guess you can. This is the only thing that you can see from the character, my character right now so far. Pretty dope. Fashion shows. Although I haven't found a lot of costumes, to be fair. Like, I've seen some other streamers wearing armors that I haven't even found yet. So, you know, we're not done. Probably gonna make more enthusiast fashion on my next character. Alright. Let's check out PlayStation State of Play. Let's just watch a bunch of trailer that they released in the fucking thing. And we can judge from that. Or, we can just do this. It's only 21 minutes, to be fair. We'll just skip in between the random interview if there's anything. I don't think there's any interviews in the State of Play. Alright. Let's see if they bring in anything new.
Hello, viewers. I am Ivy the android. I'd like to share today's dinosaur forecast. A dinosaur outbreak will soon occur. Residents in the affected area.
Okay, this is definitely new. What the fuck?
A team of exo fighters has been dispatched.
Anthem 2.
A vortex warning has been issued. Please remain indoors.
That is a sexy looking exo. The fuck? It's raining dinosaurs? Capcom? What is going on here?
I make a sensitive situation.
You've been living fighting with the chief directors for 2 years.
All I wanted was to be IBS's top pilot.
IBS's latest dinosaur forecasts and exosuit technology were able to keep human casualties to 0. Exosuit development is proceeding under the IVS continues to recruit candidates to become new exo-fighters. Humanity's greatest hope.
Interesting. So it's like a World War Z, but dinosaurs? Ish. Like the gameplay style is World War Z. Exoprimal. Is this a new IP? Never heard of this.
Another exo-fighter recruit, right? Welcome to IVS.
Oh, I bet that's like the character creation in 2023. I mean, gameplay wise, it's kind of like you know, it's like it reminded me of you know, Division, but not really. It's like, you know, over the top.
Under the guidance of the next Gen AI, Leviathan.
It's one of those third-person shooter, basically.
Meanwhile, IVS continues to recruit candidates to become new exo.
I'm gonna need to watch more, see more gameplay for this to judge. Like, I don't know. It looks very, it looks very basic. Hopefully, they're gonna show more gameplay.
We just saw the debut of Exoprimal, a brand new IP from Capcom.
Warhammer 2.
It hits PS4 and PS5 next year. Next up, let's get some eye-popping updates for some fan favorites launching soon.
Oh, Ghostwire got a new thingy. It's gonna launch this month, right? This game's kinda interests me a little bit. We might check it out. We might. World War D. I do like the animation that's going on when you're attacking. It's kind of interesting. But I still don't understand what's going on with the story, I'm gonna be honest. It's very all over the place. But we do see a lot of Japanese urban legend, which is interesting. It got the anime vibe to it. I can see that being an anime adaptation kind of thing. March 25. It's actually at the end of the month. 2 weeks exactly from now. Oh! Is this Chaos? Kaosu. Yeah! I want to kill Chaos. Oh, it's just... Okay, that was very short.
Later today, visit PlayStation Store to download a new demo for Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin.
There you go, chat.
Let's jump into the world of Forspoken with some all-new gameplay.
Okay. We've seen this game a couple times, even the gameplay, and I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's quite beautiful.
It does not interest me at all.
Everything here wants to kill you, kind of way.
This game is very weird. Oh, they got Dragon. It's Elden Ring. Elden Ring killer. Oh my god. There's something about the art style of this game that does not interest me. I don't know what it is. And I'm pretty sure you guys watching this on stream, it probably looks blurry as fuck, isn't it? Like the bitrate's probably dying right now.
Let's finish this.
Like the amount of particle effects is Jesus Christ. Forspoken. Oh my god, October? It's not even close. Yeah, I don't know about Forspoken. Gotta be honest.
PS5 adventure Forspoken.
Let's
check out some 6v6 action in Gundam Evolution.
Should I send my 3-minute video? You can send it later, because we're checking out 21 minutes PlayStation
multiplayer shooter coming
right
to PS4 and PS5 later this year.
Have they showed God of War 2? Nope. I don't think they're gonna put God of War in State of Play. Oh shit, Gundam. Oh, this fucking game. It's Overwatch Gundam. This is so random. But just watch. It's basically Overwatch style. It's very interesting. I'm not even joking. The song though. Gundam Evolution. Damn. Spring 2022. When is that? I don't know. There you go, chat. TMNT. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh, I played this one. Oh, it's a collection of remastered. Any boomer in the chat? SNES? Neo Geo? Wait, TMNT have a fighting game? I didn't know that. Turtles in Time, I played this with my brother. Nickelodeon, holy shit. Only me? Fuck. God damn it, chat. The fuck is this? It's a Rumble game? Giga Bash. Monka Giga.
Kaiju Brawler Giga Bash comes to PS4 and PS5.
That looks
later this
okay.
year.
Not interested.
Next, a fan favorite fighting game makes a beautiful and bizarre return.
Oh, KOF? What? Which one? Street Fighter already announced. KOF already announced. Oh, JoJo! What? JoJo fighting game? No way. Oh my god. What? I did not see that coming. Interesting. It looks pretty spicy. JoJo have a shit ton of character. They can easily make a fighting game. Art style also looks pretty good. All-Star Battle. Who's the developer though? Is it connecting? Holy shit. 50. 50. Bandai Namco Lucky Land Communication. Okay, I don't know who's the developer is. I guess Bandai in-house developer. Does Bandai make a good fighting game? I don't know.
Our next two games will take you beyond life and death.
They hire a specific developer for like anime fighting game. Oh, this game! Oh, I'm excited for this game. I forget what it's called. Track to Yomi. I'm actually excited for this. This game looks dope. It's basically a side scroller, but it kind of plays like a, what do you call it? A tactical melee thingy. I guess almost like Sifu, but not really. You know what I mean? But it looks dope as fuck. I am down to play this. The fucking samurai Japanese movie vibe is very, very good in this one. Ho ho. Hiroshi. Oh my god. They got Hiroki Goto. Spring 2022. Oh, Devolver as well. That's gonna be good. For sure. I don't understand, Mr. Red. Why do you not understand?
Trapped in an endless cycle. Fighting. Dying.
Is this an update?
Turning.
Returnal.
Always the same. Yet
It's not a new
always
game.
Changing. Astra, I'm not alone. Not anymore.
Oh! Oh, it's a co-op update. Oh, there you go, chat. Any PS5
Now I
owner here?
stand before the endless tower. I climb.
Now you guys can play this game with your friend.
Pushing the boulder upward.
This game actually looks dope. I do wish to try it out. But it's a PS5 exclusive, unfortunately. It's like a bullet hell Doom.
But I fight on.
Looks fun.
Through the infinite. Seeking answers. Seeking ascension. My release is within this tower, and I will find it.
Returnal. This game's definitely one of the highlight for like the PlayStation 5 console. Very good looking game.
Housemarque is bringing campaign co-op and a mysterious new survival mode to Returnal Ascension, a free update hitting this March.
Why did Godfrey feel so meh? Oh shit, you got
Time to
far.
sign off, but before we do,
You
let's
already
get a
got
first
fought,
look
Godfrey.
at 2 brand new games coming from Square Enix.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, you know, let's not talk about spoiler too much. But yeah, it is a little bit.
Saying that what we are doing
I agree.
is best for the people of the kingdom. Yes. I suppose it would, in a sense. True. Yes. It made
What
me
is
wonder.
this?
Am I still that same person?
Square Enix again?
The era of myths gives way to an era of great turmoil. The continent was ravaged by the devastating war
Okay,
between the Empire and the
JRPG.
Alliance. However,
What is this?
one
Telsoft?
nation remained unaffected by the chaos.
Fire Emblem?
The kingdom of Alatane.
Never heard of this one.
Lord of the Augurs looked destined to have its soil stained with the blood of battle.
We've finally been called up. We're up against the Empire's
What
main
the fuck is this graphic?
We are to eradicate every last Imperial who comes ashore. Keep focused.
Okay. Chat, you guys can have this. I'm good.
Do you really have such a yearning for war?
I'm good. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. I'm good with this one. Too bad, too bad.
So
You guys
then,
can have this.
What shall we do now?
We're going to retake it.
God damn.
This is our chance while they're all assembled. We should send our best and
This is definitely not a Genshin style.
All the more reason to avoid bloodshed.
Yeah.
It also likely means that we're in danger.
Don't really care about this one.
It is the only way for us to survive.
Diofield Chronicle? Is this a new IP? I guess so. It does look like a Final Fantasy game. It's like a spin-off, but not really. I don't think so. Square Enix again? Okay, this is like the 3rd game. Calm down. Holy shit. Square Enix busting nuts here and there. After they failed the fucking Babylon's Fall. In an unjust world.
Fight still lingers within you. Then accept my offer and join me.
Okay. Oh! She's doing a Naruto run. Oh, we got action combat. Action gameplay. It's a little bit underwhelming though.
Ragnarok tears our world asunder. All we hold precious lies on the brink of annihilation. Become my tool of intervention.
When are we playing Guardians? After Elden Ring. Probably next week. We'll actually play this kind of game. I mean, JRPG fans? Body pillow owners. Okay, listen, I don't like this game. And I would love to own a body pillow. But no, this is not my type of game, unfortunately. There are some really good JRPG out there, but most of the time, Valkyrie Elysium. Okay, the logo looks like Final Fantasy. Is this not Final Fantasy?
Your efforts to remain undetected are lacking. Reveal yourself.
Oh.
Who are you?
Binoculars.
That's all for today. We'll see you soon with another State of Play.
Huh? That's it? Ugh. Yikes. Well, that was disappointing. Is there anything that I was excited about? I mean, there's Trek to Yomi, right? The game looks dope. But then, you know, this is not really PlayStation stuff. This is like, you know, yeah. There's this new IP where you fight dinosaurs. Not quite my type of game, but if this is available on PC, I'll give it a try, sure. But it's whatever. This is also not a PlayStation thing. This is a Bethesda game, to be fair. So this is, I don't know why this is a PlayStation State of Play. I was already about to play this game anyway. Ghostwire. Yeah, there's no new releases that I'm actually excited about. The JoJo's, whatever. Yeah, okay, this is actually a weird state of play. Gonna be honest. Yeah, I wish I can forget about that one actually. PlayStation, Weird Cham. Kinda weird. Kinda weird. What is this? Okay, hold up. Let's check out the other one first. Oh, never mind. You guys didn't. Okay, we got this from Saints. What is this? Oh, Assassin's Creed trailer. Okay. Of course it's an Assassin's Creed trailer. Oh my god. Magma certified boy lover. Oh hey, I know this guy. What's his name again? I forgot. Oh my god. You get like 2 or 3 of his clips become a meme. So fucking good. That's actually funny.
What top 5 you smoking on, Kendrick? Cause my top 5 is Drake. If we broke it
So I just listened to Certified Boy Lover, and big surprise, it fucking sucked. I was actually gonna stay up until 12 just to see how trash this album was too. Then Drake said he was releasing at 2 a.m. and I was like...
To be fair, Certified Boy Lover is actually kind of ass, not gonna lie. It is actually kind of ass, gonna be honest. There's some really good Drake songs, like back in the day stuff. Like, even I jam with, you know, the one dance, like, I need a one dance. Like, that song's actually a jammer. Certified Boy Lover, it's not my jam.
Enough to stay up that late for. I'm going to sleep. And then I woke up in the morning and listened to the album, and then I wanted to go back to sleep. This shit is so
I'll watch AC
boring.
after this.
The clap of my ball sack sound better than this album. This is the album you hyped up. This is the album you released to compete with Kanye's album. This is ass! By the 4th track in the Bible, I knew this album was gonna put me to sleep. You know what was the 4th track on Donda? Hurricane. In the Bible sucks.
Oh, Hurricane's such a good song.
And most of the songs are like that. This album is dog shit compared to Donda. This is what you guys consider a GOAT? Him? You acting like his last 3 albums weren't mid as fuck. Scorpion, mid. Care Package, mid. Dark Lane Demos, mid. His last good album was What a Time to Be Alive. This nigga fucking sucks.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I hate Drake so much. And it's even worse that he's light-skinned. As a light-skinned nigga myself, Drake is an embarrassment to our people. He's the face of those dark-skinned versus light-skinned memes. Like, look at his ads for the album. I don't miss, let alone miss you. You love me today. Because tomorrow is a new day. My brother, is you gay? You a grown-ass man that's saying this. You really are the light-skinned meme. And people still have the nerve to say that Drake is better than Kanye. I don't even want to explain why that's horseshit. Just look at the discographies and you tell me who's better. And the main argument I hear for why Drake is better than Kanye is Drake has more hits and Drake's numbers are better than Kanye's. Okay, and does that make it better? By that logic,
is Drake numbers
Twilight
actually
is
better than
The
Kanye?
Wolf of Wall Street because
I
it
thought
made more
Kanye's
money in
bigger.
the box office, meaning it sold more tickets. Therefore, it's better than The Wolf of Wall Street. By that logic, Justin Bieber is the greatest artist of all time. No, that doesn't make it better. And
True.
that doesn't make any sense. By now, we should all know that you don't have to be good to be popular. So that argument is
Oh
actual
my
trash.
God.
Kanye is not comparable to Drake. I'm done talking about this garbage album, so I'm just gonna end this video off with lyrics from the album. Said that you're a lesbian. Girl, me too. I told y'all he's gay!
And? Oh my god. Yeah, the fucking album kind of sucks, not gonna lie. I didn't even finish listening to the album when it dropped. It's alright. Donda is actually kind of jammer. Dude, Hurricane is so good, by the way. Where is it? Pull up. I gotta. Ooh. Hmm. Hold it up with me, utterly free. Oh my god. I walk on water. Don't let me down. What? Hey. Oh my god. Dude, the beat. The beat of the song is so fucking good. Alright, let's watch this one. Assassin's Creed Valhalla Dawn of Ragnarok. Newest DLC. Wait, hold up. What Sen said, I understand Xbox is playing the good guy nowadays, but for fuck's sake, Ghostwire Tokyo is the second PS exclusive from an Xbox studio. Dudes like literally cucking us people riot. It's not a PS exclusive. Ghostwire Tokyo. Oh, you you guys Xbox player doesn't get. Oh no. Well, yeah, I didn't know because it's gonna release on PC and I thought it would release on Xbox, but it doesn't. Well, listen. I'm pretty sure the only reason this is not on Xbox is because when this game was announced back then, it was announced, by Bethesda when they were not acquired by Xbox. Remember that? I think they announced this game on the Game Awards 2019 or something like that. I forgot. Or 2020. Yeah. So, I'm pretty sure that's the only reason. Yeah. It's not like they're gonna be like, oh yeah, back then it was available for PS, but now since Bethesda is owned by Xbox, it's not gonna be available on PS. Like, I don't think they would do that. That's kind of, it's kind of unfair, to be fair.
We must kill the High One.
A Ubisoft original.
He's not fated to die today.
Oh, is this DLC you gotta play as Odin?
Numbers dwindle. Trains go out. They do not return.
Sutra has stolen my son, murdered his mother. Help me, and I'll compose you a saga that will endure Ragnarok itself.
Lord of Asgard, from the dwarves of Svartalfheim to you.
Steal their powers and make them your own.
Is this about Odin versus Surtir?
To my ears.
That's Surtir, right? The fire
It's where I
giant.
go that matters. And where is that? Wherever I can find vengeance.
Treasure every moment, for death is at your heels.
Be warned, I will finish what you start.
I don't run from the fire! I am the fire!
Ragnarok comes.
Listen, man. Is there a gameplay already for this or not? I'm gonna be honest. There's in. Yeah, it's. I don't know, man. Oh wait, it's already out? Listen, the open world for this game actually looks beautiful. Like, no offense, but goddamn, this is not an assassin game anymore. I'm gonna be honest. Like, why the hell is this still as an Assassin's Creed game? Like, I'm pretty sure this game would be just fine if they just call it something else, or like Valhalla the game or something like. I don't know, dude. There is no more assassins in this game anymore. I don't get it. Oh, they do the leap of faith from Assassin's Creed 2. That's it. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, the TTS broke down again? Is that the one and only my favorite game, Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Cat boom. Yeah, the TTS sometimes broke down. I don't know why. And I cannot redo it, unfortunately. Yeah. I honestly don't have any bad issues with Assassin's Creed in general. Like, one of their games is actually one of my favorite game of all time, Assassin's Creed 2. Like, that game is fucking amazing. It's memorable as fuck. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think they should keep on the legacy of Assassin's Creed like this. It's kind of a sad. Like, they're just abusing the name Assassin's Creed in order to sell. Just for that. Like, you can obviously see, like, they kind of too scared of using a new name or releasing under a new IP, because the reality is that new IP is a risk. It's a risky move. But I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure they can nail it. Like, this game is nothing Assassin's Creed anymore. It's just not. Are you gonna have Cat Boom and not? What is this? Oh my fucking god. I'm not editing this. What is this? VR chat? I'm not editing that. God damn it. Damn, the combat is so different now. Yeah, this isn't. I don't know, man. Neither was Odyssey and Origin. Exactly. Like, I played Origin. It's alright, right? Like, I played like at least 10 hours. I do not like their RPG progression, to be fair. But it's not a bad game by all means. It's not a bad game. The one thing that I have a problem with this game, or Origin or Odyssey, is that Ubisoft is just don't want to take risk. Even though they have the budget, they have the skill, they have a shit ton of talented people under their, you know, Ubisoft company, but you do not want to take risks. It's so dumb. I get it. You're trying to run business here, but you're running a business under the genre of entertainment. And entertainment is not about, you know, playing the save game. You gotta risk it sometimes. That's how God of War became the game of the year. God of War 2018, was it 2018? God of War is an example of a developer taking a risk, not doing any formula, and became one of the greatest game of all time. Sony Entertainment do that. They know. I played both, not a bad game, but not great, and neither AC. Odyssey was literally before the first assassin. At least you met Darius, the creator of the Hidden Blade, and you did not get it. Oh man, I don't know. Like I said, this game, Odyssey. Oh, Abyss Watcher _00, thank you for a follow. Welcome, welcome. This game, like ever since Origin, no, ever since Odyssey, I don't think they should make this game or call this game Assassin's Creed game. And I feel like it would be just fine. It could literally be called a whole new IP. And then, you know, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. In my opinion, Assassin's Creed stop at Unity. In my opinion. I tried that game for like, what, 9 hours? And that game was probably the last real Assassin's Creed game. AC Games. Video games. Assassin's Creed 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelation, 3, 4, Rogue, Unity. Okay, there's Syndicate, but I haven't played Syndicate at all. So I have no comment on that. Unity is the one I played. Rogue, I skipped it. I played Black Flag as well. 1, 2, 3, I beat it. 1, 2, 3, Brotherhood, Revelation is the only Assassin's Creed game that I actually finish from start till the end. Black Flag, I stopped because I got bored of the naval combat. Not a huge fan of that. Rogue, I skipped it because not a lot of people talk about it, so I thought it's not a must play. Apparently it's pretty good, according to a lot of people. Unity got praised to be one of the Assassin's Creed game that actually stay true to the parkour or most of the Assassin's Creed element in a modern system. And it's true. And then Syndicate, no comment. Literally have no idea what the game is about. But I think Assassin's Creed Syndicate is not bad. Hold up. Let's get back to the music. Oh shit, that's loud. Rating on Steam. Very positive. Okay, so this game is actually not bad. Mostly positive. Yeah, this game is actually not bad then. But I don't hear a lot of people actually talk about this one, to be fair. I feel like more people talk about Unity than this game. Rogue was great fun, but nothing special. Black Flag was cool, but not really AC either. I feel like Black Flag is their first attempt. Considering Black Flag is the 4th game after Assassin's Creed 3, I think Black Flag is their first attempt to try something new. Like, you guys can agree with me, right? Like, they do naval combat, they do, which is not assassin at all. And it kind of, you know, I still can do this because, you know, the origin of Kenneth, or I think his name is Kenneth? Kenway. Edward Kenway. Yeah, Edward, sorry. The origin of Edward is he was a pirate guy. And until, you know, he stumbled upon an assassin and he overtook his identity. And, you know, that's how he got into the whole thing. So, that, to that extent, I can still consider this as an Assassin's Creed game. Because apart from the naval combat, everything else was still actually an Assassin's Creed game. Sure. Right? But Odyssey and Origin, I cannot really consider this game Assassin at all. Like, it's just not. But doesn't mean it's a bad game. Again, I am not here to slander the fucking game as if like, oh, it's a fucking shitty game. No. I really think that it's just not, you know, the game that I wanted to play when I wanted to play an Assassin's Creed game. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Like, sure, they do have this like, what the fuck is that? Why do I see damage number when our character attacks someone? That is not an Assassin's Creed game. Where's this RPG elements coming in so fucking intensely? That's the only reason I'm not really interested. Syndicate is like Unity with British gang and royalty, sorry. Okay. Syndicate is closest to prison AC game. It even has revolvers and a World War II mission. Huh. Black Flag is the best pirate game ever made. Fight me. Exactly. Exactly. Underline, bolt that shit. Pirate game. Not assassin game. That's my problem with this whole thing. It's a good pirate game. AC Odyssey, it's a good RPG game. Origin, good RPG game. Not really, in my book. But, you know, it's just not Assassin's Creed anymore. Not at all. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Like, maybe I can't say much about Odyssey because I literally haven't played this, but I played 10 hours of Origin, and I think I am allowed to say my opinion of it. And I do not feel like I'm playing an Assassin's Creed game. I'm just saying. I feel like Dishonored feels more Assassin's Creed than Assassin's Creed itself at this point. You know what I mean? GTA 5 is the best pirate game. You mean best pirated game? Oh. Hey, what's up, Jenny? Origin can still pass as AC because it's, if you couldn't tell, an origin story. The story, sure. Again, I don't have any issue with the story, the character. I feel like some of them are actually pretty good. I have the issue with the gameplay. Like, it does not have the element of the Assassin's Creed that makes Assassin's Creed Assassin's Creed. Like, they're parkour, they're sneaking, but they clearly... Look at that! Dude didn't even die? Wait, what the fuck was that? Got fucking HP bar? He got fucking level? What is this? You're doing an assassination and you deal 19,000 damage. This is not Assassin's Creed! Oh! It triggers me so much. I don't know. Again, I don't think it's a bad game. Hello, by the way. I don't think it's a bad game. I just think it's a bad Assassin's Creed game. That's all. That's all. Like when I'm assassinating someone in an Assassin's Creed game, I'm expecting a cool assassination animation. Like insta kill. That fucking Altair did. That fucking Ezio did. You know, the fucking quick hidden blade to the fucking throat move. Or some shit like that. Or at least like, you know, a little hatchet to the knee, and then as they came down, you fucking stabbed them in the throat like fucking, what's his name? Assassin's Creed 3? I forgot his name. There's a native Indian character. I forgot his name though. But you know what I mean. When I play Assassin's Creed game, I'm expecting an assassination gameplay. Not fucking RPG, fucking hack and slash. Look at that. That guy just like do a fucking rage barbarian scream buff. Like this is closer to Dark Souls than a fucking Assassin's Creed game at this point. It's a hack and slash. Oh, what the fuck? Did he just slam that fucking shield? Like, the fucking enemy animation is closer to the spear guy in Dark Souls than any other fucking Assassin's Creed game character. Odyssey isn't bad at all, besides the poorly designed open world where everything is the same through missions. Oh, that's just Assassin's Creed. I feel like the open world Ubisoft formula is like, you know. Honestly, you could do anything with AC and people would have a problem. Everyone was crying that it's the same game, then Black Flag happened and then the fan base turned on each other. They were forced to go back and the same fans tried crying again. The origin happened and fans went crazy again. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. Especially for you Saints, Ubisoft fans, and other non-Ubisoft fans. I'm gonna tell you something shocking. Now let's see Assassin's Creed series. Alright, I'll start with that. This is a very well-known series, right? Starting from the journey of Altair in Assassin's Creed 1. Everyone know that game when it was announced. It was hype on E3. I still remember the fucking announcement trailer like it was yesterday. It was fucking hype. And then they produce like what? How many games now? Let's see. This is not counting the DLC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Stop in 12. This is the upcoming moneymaker for Ubisoft. 12 games. Right? 12 fucking games. Single player, assassin style, adventure, open world kind of game. Right. Let's see what other open world single player game out there. Let's take God of War. God of War series. This is not counting the remastered, but since, you know, that's a little bit different. God of War have 1, 2, Betrayal is, what the fuck is this? Okay, it's the phone version. Okay, the main games are 1, 2, 3, and Ascension. And then there's the God of War reboot. 5 games. If we're not counting the reboot because this is made by a different developer team, but same creative director, there's 4. And Assassin's Creed have 12. What else? Fucking hack and slash action game. Devil May Cry. You know where I'm going here? You know where I'm going here? You guys are getting what I'm trying to say here? You guys are getting the vibe where I'm going here? Devil May Cry have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the collection, and then this is a different developer, so I don't think this counts. And then 5. 5 games. 6 including The fucking reboot from a different developer. Assassin's Creed 12 since 2007. Devil May Cry since 2001. 5. God of War since 2005. 4. You don't make quality games every fucking year. Period. That is why Assassin's Creed game never have a stable fan base. Why? Because they're trying to make money out of their fucking name every fucking year. Or something like that, 2009, 7, 9, and then 10, and then 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 again, 15, 17, 18, 20. The point is that you cannot make a masterpiece every single year. Masterpiece comes every now and then. Like God of War, the reboot, the fucking game of the year from 2018, came out fucking almost 10 years later. When is it? Like almost 10 years after Ascension. Like, Jesus Christ. To be honest, I don't really hear people talking about the old God of War nowadays. Well, not really. But if you grow up with PlayStation, because it was a PlayStation game, God of War Trilogy, the 1, 2, and 3, was the fucking shit. Like, it was one of the most satisfying hack and slash game out there. Like, competing against Devil May Cry. What is that one game where you play as Death and War? I forgot. A fellow hack and slash game. But God of War is definitely one of the pioneer in the hack and slash genre. 100%. Like, it literally one of the pioneer in the genre. I mean, look at this gameplay. Look at this gameplay. Look at this gameplay and tell me this is not a good fucking game. Where's the fucking first fight? Oh man, I remember this shit. Okay, this is not a spoiler. This is literally the start of the fucking thing. If you consider any Assassin's Creed actually quality, there are some! Like, especially Assassin's Creed 2, fucking just good stuff. But that's it. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys haven't seen this game or played this. But if you do, bless you, dude. This was the rage back then. Oh, the QTE session. Look at those fucking fiery blaze blade. The fucking grab animation, you fucking violently throw the fucking skeletons around. Massive enemies. Disgusting looking horse spider looking shit. Look at those. Oh fuck, I missed this game. Look how fucking epic this is going right now. He's fighting upside down! Epic! I don't remember the games this easy. I swear it was really hard back then. But again, this is like a 2010 game. 2010, by the way. Although this is a remastered version. If like all stage content like a movie, maybe. Well, yeah. Of course, I mean, Assassin's Creed 2 is a linear single-player game. It is not like a... It's a more cinematic kind of game. But yeah, my point here is that like a good hack and slash game feels satisfying. Like, it's so crunchy. And I guess my point here is that the problem with Assassin's Creed and Ubisoft in general and some other AAA industry company is that they try to make profit every single fucking year. Like, they greedy as fuck. I get it. They have all the money. They have all the talented people. They pay salary. Like, I'm pretty sure they got paid so much. But you just don't get masterpiece every year, man. You have to. It takes time to make a fucking masterpiece. If you want your fucking studio to release a game every single year, you're gonna get dog shit every now and then. Obviously. That's just how it is. As an artist, not every single of my art is a good one. Some of them are shit as fuck. But you go through that. It happens. That's why you don't upload every single art that you do. You upload the ones that is good after you do, like, like in 7 days, I probably could upload like 2 kind of thing. That's my point. And that is why, again, answering your question, Saints, why Assassin's Creed fans are so whiny, why they keep complaining, is because the game is not consistent. The Ubisoft trying to make Assassin's Creed a game that appeals to everyone, when in reality, you cannot do that. Like, as much as I love how fucking... Like, listen, for example, the games that we're playing right now, Elden Ring. In my opinion, it's like really fucking good. But, fuck, man. Probably someone in my fucking apartment right now playing Elden Ring thinking it's like the dog shit game. I don't mind. Games are not supposed to be for everyone. That's art. Art is not for everyone. It's just, I mean, specific arts. That's why we have a different variety of genre, different variety of developers. Everyone can have their own fans. You know what I mean? When you're trying to appeal for everyone, you're just not going to be consistent. That's just how it is. It is what it is. By the way, giving people like the nose you draw. Okay, good one, Lucas. Good job. AC games are like Dying Light. You either remember it for what it does right or it flaws. No in between. Arguable, but I see what you mean. Like, only doing the same game and over gets annoying, and trying to improve a story, new element gets people interested. An example is Call of Duty. People only play for online. Call of Duty, yeah, for sure. They did, it's the same shit. Call of Duty is basically Activision's Assassin's Creed. We can say it like that, basically. It's their moneymaker. Giving people 100% control of their gameplay comes with extreme limitation. God of War takes away control every 10 minutes and no one cries about it, but as soon as they quit the game, they do. People don't want cutscene but bitch about quality when there isn't one. God of War have a lot of cutscene though. It's just that it's one take with the gameplay kind of thing. Like, the game does not have a cut in between the gameplay and the cutscene. Does that make sense? Like, they make it the transition as smooth as possible. So sometimes you don't notice that you're entering a cutscene until you realize you're out of the control. Let's be real. The God of War reboot, the 2018 God of War, is a more cinematic game rather than, a sandbox. It is by no means a sandboxy game. You know what I mean? Like, the fucking intro, everything is just so You know what I mean? This is 30 FPS, by the way. This is the PS4 version, I think. Ugh. Ugh. But yeah, God of War is different. God of War is a more cinematic game. But at the same time, the gameplay that it has, oh my god, dude, I enjoyed God of War when we played it. That game is fucking sick. I fucking love God of War. But I don't think it's a perfect game. It has its flaws as well. But you gotta expect that. You cannot expect every game to be a perfect game. It's gotta have a flaws. Elden Ring have some shitty part of it as well. Like nothing's perfect, right? That's just how it is. All right, the moral story so far, before I ended this Assassin's Creed shit take, is that you cannot make a quality game when you release a game every single year like Assassin's Creed. That's my take. If you're trying to make a game that impresses people, that's gonna be remembered by people for so many years, you gotta really put years of passion into that shit. Pound it, bro. I think God of War 2018 was made for 6 years or 5 years or something. If I'm not wrong. I watched the behind the scene after I beat the game. Like they have to cancel their 2 years project to make God of War game. So they did a lot of risk into making this game. And that's the key as well. Taking the risk. But yeah. Anyway, I'm starting Elden Ring. Give me your blessing. Hell yeah, man. Good luck. Hope you enjoy the game. Ugh. Now my other feed. You have another feed? Another generosity. Okay. Enough with that. Enough with the React Andy. No mo. Think it's time for gameplay. I was ranting for 2 hours. What the fuck? It's a little bit out of topic, Magma. It's a little bit out of topic. Alright. Chat, we're getting into the gameplay for Elden Ring. Spoiler alert, I am already in the end game part, so if you are playing the game, just start it. Or if you haven't started, do spoiler alert. I am 70 hours in. So yeah, I'm on the end game part. So if you get a peace out right now, like Sudo, thank you for staying around. Thank you for stopping by. Hope to see you guys on the next one. I'm probably gonna beat the game. If you guys are gonna skip a lot of my stream for no spoiler, I'm gonna beat this game probably this weekend. I'm gonna rush, not really rushing. I'm already in the end game part, to be fair. So I would suspect I probably gotta beat this game either on tomorrow or Sunday if I play on both tomorrow and Sunday. But yeah, that's gonna be the case. I'm lurking from now on. Gotcha. Thank you, Lucas, and Sudo, and Magma. Appreciate it. See you guys next one. Where's my stick? Okay, there it is. My joystick. Oh, and also, if you guys are still in the early Elden Ring gameplay, or you haven't even started yet, you might want to start avoiding some YouTube content, because I've been seeing a lot of viral Elden Ring content, like endgame stuff. Not gonna lie, the stuff that, you know, like ending or stuff like that. So be careful. There's a lot of spoilers out there if you care a lot about it. Although I'm gonna be honest, so far the story in this game is not the most, it's not the best, at least so far, compared to other From Software game, in my opinion. Gotta be honest, it's not bad, but it's not as good as the others From Software, at least in my opinion. But it's good enough to be like, you know, oh, it can deliver the lore of the game through the gameplay kind of thing. Because I feel like I also miss a lot of important part of the game because of the open world nature, which is understandable. Because I feel like in the open world nature kind of thing, you tend to skip or miss a lot of stuff, especially in the first playthrough. So yeah, I feel like it's kind of a understandable and, you know, understandable thingy. Out of all ending in Elden Ring, I've only liked one. Oh, that's interesting. But From Software always have a multiple ending type of stuff. I never really rated their endings, to be fair. Because I feel like let's say in From Software, there's like how many ending? I think there's ending, the good, the neutral, the good, and the bad ending. Although not necessarily bad, because it's just like a different, like an alternative ending, I guess, rather than bad ending. Without spoiling, Dark Souls 2 also have the same thing. Dark Souls 3 as well. Like, you can be the good guy, or you can be the bad guy, or you can just be the neutral guy. I think most of their Souls game have 3 endings. That kind of basically good, bad, or just meh. It's like somewhere in the middle kind of thing. That's always to be the case so far with From Software games. Now for Elden Ring, I have no idea, obviously, how it's gonna be. But I'm assuming they're probably gonna do the same formula where it's gotta be like, you can do good for the world, or the, you know, the world, the Limgrave for the world of Elden Ring, or you can do bad, or you can do something that does not really affect the world, kind of thing. Carry on. Alright. Whoa, stutters. Oh, it is a little bit low. What were we doing last time? I actually forgot. Oh, shit, I triggered him. Alright. We cleared up the middle and right side of Mountaintop of the Giants, and wanna discover the left side of the map. Okay, now I remember. Alright. Is there anything else that we... Did I mention that I want to try something else before the thingy? I don't think so. I think on the last stream we already did like most of the side quests that I wanted to discover. Let me see. Key items, where are you? There it is. Wait, no, not key item. Remembrance. Okay. You know what? Let's check out some of the weapons that we can do. We can trade for this, guys. Since I already beat like 6 main boss at this point. Might as well check him out. I'm guessing that the boss that dropped the Remembrance considered the main boss. The one that you probably like, the big boss, the big deal. Whoa, what the fuck? Hello? Ah! Wait, what is going on? Ah! Why is it so... Wait, is this the edgy guy? What is he doing? Ah! Oh wait, he doesn't deal any damage. Whoa! Okay. Oh shit. Jesus Christ, I'm so over leveled. Wait, am I supposed to trigger him early? My bloody slash deal 80% damage to him. Clinging bone. What the fuck just happened? What is this clinging bone? Is it a key item? I'm assuming it's a weapon, but I don't see it. Hold up. It is. Horrific weapon made of a hardened skeleton arm. Ew, what the fuck? Wielded by Ensha, the royal remains. Fitted by replacing one's hands into the fist's grip until they dig in. What the fuck? Oh, clinging creature, king relinquish, not the hand. What the fuck kind of weapon is this? That's such a fucked up weapon. It's literally a human arm. And they just kind of sharpen the arm part and twist the bone. And use the arm as the grip. Hold up, let's try it out a little bit. Drink water. Oh, actually I haven't drank any water. Thank you. Hydrate up, chat. And posture check. First Qatar type? A fist Qatar. What is a fist Qatar? Is that... Oh, it's like a stabbing, but with fist animation. Yeah, this have the claw animation. Ooh, wait, what is it called? Ah, fuck. Lifesteal Fists. Skill that demonstrate mastery of the art to control vital energy. A slow control punch steals their HP. Only effective against foes of the human build. Oh, it's like a grab, I think. I think once you stab, it's gonna do like a grab animation. Wait. Is it just chatting? I thought I'd change it. Oh, I'm dumb. Sorry. Thank you. Just chatting. Alright, cool. Okay, why did I deal so much damage to him and he... Are you supposed to encounter him early in the game? Because he doesn't deal a lot of damage at all. He almost like... I'm supposed to meet him when I was level 20 or something. And for reference, I'm level 109 now. I got encountered early. What's the trigger? What the fuck? That was so weird. Huh? Oh. Actually, no, I have no idea. Royal Remains helm. Let's see his outfit. Let's see his drip. Actually, let me... There it is. The Royal Remains. Fita. Helm graced with gold human bones, worn by the unspeaking adherents of Sir Gideon of All-Knowing. Slowly rip... It has auto-regen? What the actual fuck? That is so cheeky. It said that to the bones belonged to an ancient lord, the soulless king, the lord of the lost and desperate, who was known as Ansha. Huh. Ancient lord. Sounds like Dark Souls reference. Interesting. Huh. Cool. Cool. Let's back to the wolf drip. Alright, let's see what he's gonna say after I killed his guard. You're lost and desperate. Yes.
You.
Yo, I just killed your bodyguard.
Oh, my apologies for that nasty business. Ensha got rather ahead of himself, it seems. As his master, I'd like to express my regret. But now, Ensha is slain and gone. Finished. Forevermore.
Dude literally just said, yo, sorry that my bodyguards try to fucking kill you. Moving on. God damn it, man. Alright, fair. Are you drawing as your way of gaming? I guess you can say that. I'm just happen to be a gamer that likes to draw. So I like to draw in between gaming. And I upload them on Twitter. So if you want to see some of my art stuff, you can follow me on Twitter. I upload most of them. Actually, all of the drawings that I do on stream, I upload them there. But yeah, panel down below, check it out. EG. EG's a dead man. Hippie hen. Having your animated PNG? Oh, the thing. Oh, yeah. I actually just make that for drawing stream, but I was like, might as well use it for every occasion, since it take a while for me to make that. So might as well. You know what I mean? I actually been thinking about making him holding a controller when I'm playing games, but You can just imagine me playing this game with a graphic tablet right now. Just act that's the case. Would I have a lock 4K option that doesn't guarantee 60 FPS? I don't know, man. That's a console thingy. I'm not really familiar with console. But this game is locked on 60 FPS nonetheless, even on PC. I think all From Software games are locked. They don't have a unlocked frame rate because of their engine nature. How this game works is that all the animation are rendered in 60 FPS in their engine. So if you can actually use a mod in Dark Souls game to unlock the frame rate, but that's gonna cause a lot of bugs. Like for example, in Dark Souls 1, if you unlock your frame rate, sometimes you're gonna fall off the floor while rolling or jumping or just going. So it's the engine. It's a shitty engine, unfortunately. Are you doing a Twin Blade challenge or something? I just like the animation. It looks cool. And I love Twin Blade, I guess. I don't know. Twin Blade's fucking dope. I love the animation since Dark Souls 2. And in Dark Souls 3, basically in most Dark Souls game, I just been using like longsword, claymore, all the basic sword stuff, and I've been using those weapons exist in this one, but I feel like I want to try something that I never tried, which is a Twin Blade. And yes, I'm gonna beat the game with a Twin Blade.
Well, I took you for no
At
matter
this
out
point.
your own.
Might as well. I already plus 90 in it, so, you know. 4K mode said it can dip to 45. That's nasty. If you don't have a 4K TV, why play it on 4K, right? Unless you do have a 4K TV, then unfortunate, I guess. But you know, maybe don't play on 4K. Wait, fuck. Which smithing sound that we need again? Why not katana? I already do a full katana build on Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. And the animation in this game also
no matter.
the exact same, so I feel I'm kind of bored. I don't want to do another katana build. I play too much katana, if anything. In Dark Souls 3, my favorite weapon was Uchigatana, and what was the other? It's like a dark blade. I forget the name of the weapon. It's like a dark katana. Become your inner weave. Well, that's the idea actually earlier. Strength weapon doesn't feel as good as in the previous game, really? I don't play a lot of strength weapon in Souls game in general, because slow animation during attack in this game triggers me a lot. I do too much mistakes on like those strength weapon. But I've played it before, but I'm not really good at slow moving weapons. That's why I like dexterity build better. Look at this animation. Like, the only reason I'm sticking with this, even though it doesn't have the best range for a fast moving weapon, it's just, it looks cool, that's all. So yeah. And well, you know, I have the advantage of already familiar with Dark Souls game in general. So, you know, playing the game with a weapon that's not familiar is somewhat the fun part. Because it makes the game feels fresh again for me. Because if I'm gonna use longsword, or let's say claymore, or spear, the games that weapons that already exist in the Dark Souls game, it's gonna be less interesting for me because I already have hundreds of hours using those weapons. So I guess it's just one way for me to make the game a little bit more fresh, I guess. Fresh feeling. I do have a 4K, but I am playing on that. The tiny improvement isn't worth it. Yep. Stable frames always better than higher resolution in any gameplay case, gameplay scenario. The Midir katana? I forget the name. If you're talking about the black katana that I used to have. I do like the animated PNG. Do you make it though? Yes, sir. I make them myself. I'm not an animator though. That was actually one of my few attempts doing animation, so I'm just some artist that kind of dwell. You know, I do have some animated emotes here and there. It's fun. I actually still have 3 more animated slot emote for sub emotes, so I'm actually planning to make more of that when I do have the motivation to animate. Not gonna lie, I'm not. Animating is different, man, from just drawing. It takes a complete, I wouldn't say a completely different skill, but it takes a little bit different skill, for sure. It requires more patience, I would say, animating rather than just drawing a a freeze frame, a 1-frame drawing. Oh wait, let's not do this. We already did this. Looks Spock, thank you, appreciate it. Most of the emote that I do here are self-made. Since I used to make emotes for other streamers as well, I thought might as well make for my own as well. If I do have more slots though in the future, I feel like I want to commission other people to make my emotes. It'd be cool if we have another emotes that is not myself, my own drawings. I have a bunch of artists that I want to commission so bad to draw Leo. You know what I mean? Leo or Rhea emotes. That would be cool. Hey, what's up, Ate? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Is this the right way? I forgot. Since I'm new, how much different do classes make that's not... Ah, Jesus fuck it. There's not much in stats. I would say it only affects your first 10 hours of gameplay. And then after that, after like you level to at least 15 to 20 levels, your class is basically gonna be obsolete. Like you can literally become a whole different type of build. So I feel like the class in this game is only gonna it's gonna affect the gameplay, your gameplay, the first 10 hours. First 5 to 10 hours, yeah. Like what kind of weapon are you gonna use for the first couple hours? What kind of skills, the HP, stamina, all that kind of stuff. But after 10 hours, you can literally become a whole different character, basically. Raises maximum HP. I kind of want to try Reichardt's Great Rune. Godric's runes basically the all stats boost. I think Reichardt's restore HP is kind of fun. We can give it a try on a boss fight. It sounds cool. Like bloodlust stats. Okay, how the fuck do we go to the other fucking part of the game? So confused. I'm doing great. Good to hear, good to hear. So I can start as astrologer to get the OP sword before first boss, and then I can become a big hammer boy. If you want to, yeah. So Flipper, first try multiple boss with the hammer, me once. Does astrologer start with a hammer? I don't think so. I don't know how do you get the hammer, so I got no idea for that one. Best class is Wretch. Wretch, I feel like, is the best class if you're not sure what kind of weapon you wanna try on the first couple hours. Wretch basically have 10 on every stats, so it's kind of like for people who's like literally have no idea what to play with. I guess we'll go here. There's literally no path to go to the left side. Yeah, let's go here. That's 4. Hold up. Let me clean up my markings. Apparently I have too much of these. I can keep that. Where else? Where else? Why do I mark this one? Ah, never mind. We already do that. Okay, where's the one? I wish there's a button to... Oh wait, I think there is. Wait, no, there is not. I wish there were a button to like cycle the icon in the minimap. I actually cannot find my last marker. Where did I put it? Eh? 1, 4. Oh wait, never mind. What the fuck? Why did it skip 2 and 3? Oh well. When you respec, you start from level 1. When with classes, you start with from the class level. Run the starting class stats. And that, I guess. I know exactly what sword I want. It has 2 AoE attack. Yes. Well, do that. Also, don't be afraid to start any other weapons that you find in the game. Because first, like as I said, you can respec your character. Which means in an RPG game, that means you can rearrange your stats, the stats of your character. So like you can completely change your strength weapon build character into like a magic character, and you can wield a completely different weapon set from that. So don't be afraid to try new weapons instead of sticking with one sword or stuff like that, because you'll be surprised how many new weapons did you encounter in the game that will be like, holy shit, I want to switch to this one, stuff like that. Because that's how I stick with this twin blade. I started with a sword. I was planning to do a scythe build, the Reaper weapon, the scythe, and then I found a twin blade. I was like, okay, I'm beating the game with this. This weapon's sick. Although I gotta be honest, this is not the most efficient weapon. It is not as fast as some dex weapon. Like I feel like claw would be the fastest one, and it also does not have the best range. Like it it's just very mid dex weapon. There's a lot of time I just completely miss my attack fighting a boss. It's so weird, but it's cool. So that earns a fucking point. I don't understand anything about this game. If you're a first timer, never played games like Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and stuff like that, it is a very interesting game to get into. A little bit overwhelming, I would say, for a lot of people, but I would say give it a try. You'll never know if you're gonna like it or not. But yeah. You mean Sword of Night and Flame? The one that has 2 AoEs? Oh, I know that weapon. I think that's an Intel build though, right? Dex Intel. I'm planning on leveling to 200 and do NG+. Goddamn, 200. You will one-shot every boss. I start from Magic Build and do Dual Colossal. Jesus Christ. Oh, actually, someone told me last time that I should try Dual Twin Blade. So let's do that. Oh sheesh. This looks overwhelming as fuck. Basically 2 slash for every attack. I'm in. I guess I could give it a try. Oh my god. Wait, strength 18? Why is this a strength weapon? The fuck? Oh, I guess I can use the gut skin peeler. Although the gut skin weapon have its own cool ash of thingy thing. Like this weapon have its own fucking animation. Oh, look at this. That's so badass. And it changes the heavy attack animation into, instead of a slash, it's a stab. That's so cool. Because the end point of this one is like a plier thingy. It's supposed to rip the skin. That's why it's a gut skin weapon. Interesting. Oh, try jump attack? Shit. Oh. What the fuck? Interesting. That looks so overwhelming. I don't know if it's beneficial, considering I always do the heavy slamming attack anyway. I guess I can give this a try. I'll try to level up the gut skin peeler. Hopefully it uses somber. Because if it uses the normal smithing stone, I don't have enough to upgrade another weapon. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm all out of that, unfortunately. I gotta grind again. And I'm not planning to grind in this character. Okay, how the fuck do we go down? Light ahead. Oh god. We want to go down there. But how? Oh! Now I remember what I wanted to do. Helic Tree. Secret medallion. I forgot. Last time I told my plan was to basically do Helic Tree first. Okay. The problem is that I don't know where to put that actually. Let's try to go. So I found the Helic Tree medallion, the left and right. The right one I found them in this place, or yeah, this place, after we defeated Commander Neil. And then the left side I found it in this place, or this one, Moonfolk Ruins. The problem is that I have no idea where to use the key. Granting access. Wait. Brandishing the medallion will both have half component will activate the Grand Lift. Oh, wait a minute. All I gotta do is to go to Grand Lift of Roll? Oh, the different medallion gonna trigger a different area. I'm so dumb. Defeated. Red under a Disney contract cannot say kill. I don't care. I kill you. Bonka Giga. Alright. So we've used the other one, right? So this one was used to go to the Altus Plateau to Liurnia. Then this one's to go to the mountaintops. Now we're gonna use this one to go to the hidden path to fight Michaela, one of the Elden Lord. Hoist a... Oh! Hoist secret medallion. Okay. So I guess this one's gonna go down since the other one goes up. Interesting. So one teleport... Oh, Jesus. One teleportation place... Oh, it also goes up. Okay. Maybe not gonna go as high as mountaintops of the giants. Has anyone here got to this place? The one that played this game more than me? Great! Huh? Gara did, not me. Monka Jiga. Considering the game says be wary of down. Oh god. Okay. Okay, this is dark. I cannot see the wall. Alright, let's use the double weapon later. Let there be something incredible. Kachika. Wait, this is like a dungeon. Or a cave. Hidden path to Helic Tree. Stake of Marika. Okay, we're gonna fight some boss already. That's gonna be fun. Taking break from Elden, and it's been 4 days. 4 days? Well, have you finished the game, Payne? I thought you finished the game. Hello? Oh. Oh, you haven't? Okay. This is the same guys that we found on the path towards the thingy thing. What is this? Beware of octopus and then beware of behind. Like it's the typical ambush. Like if there's an item at the end of a fucking close place, there's gonna be an ambush for sure. YOLO. Oh, the octopus guys. This one's easy. Ah! Oh my. Alright, I do not deal damage. Woohoo! Alright, this guy have way too much HP for a normal mob. Let's not deal with him. It's not worth it. Precious item ahead, therefore go down. Oi! I want to go home. Bro, vulgar. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Oh my fucking god. Okay, we have to kill this one. He's in the way. Dude, I deal no damage to this guy. Oh, never mind. 3,000? He's bugged. He cannot attack me because I'm in a lower place. Hold up. Audio too loud. Take that. Oh, whoa, you got that? What the fuck? Is that a fucking clergy skill attack? By the way, is this too dark for you guys? If it's too dark for you, let me know. I'll increase the brightness. Ooh, Grace. Let's go. Kind of dark. It's doable. If it's doable, it's fine. I think it's just the area. Kind of really, really dark. But I guess it was supposed to be. Consecrated snowfield. What the fuck does that mean? Hello? Was it always message? God damn it. Show me the path, O gentle lights, the promised path of Halictree. Ah, you gotta follow the lights. Like this is one of those. I hear footstep. Monkagiga. Hello? Jesus Christ. Oh, a grace. So I'm guessing this is a completely optional area, I assume. Wait a minute. Oh! This is the bottom part of the fucking thing that we want to go. It is a optional area. Okay. Okay, we got these villagers. They're not scaled to my level. Oh. I hear the scarab. Oh, there you are. Ah! Somber smithing. There's death over there. Oh my fucking god. Hello. Konnichiwa senpai. Oh. Oh! A loot. Oh my god, big boy. Alright, fair enough. Whew, he almost one-tapped me. Nice. No! No, 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 no! Oh my god. Okay, this guy is always OP. Oh my fucking god. God damn it. Okay, I think I killed most of the strong opponents. Where the fuck is the cart? Shut the fuck up. Where's my loot? Ah, shit. Don't you get away? Here. Ah! Ah, shit. Alright, really? You gonna spam? Okay, we'll just do this. Alrighty then. Sorry. I need the loot, man. Let's turn on the light. It's gonna help. Never mind, it doesn't help. Saint Trina's torch? Torch? Huh? The light purple flame induces sleep? Candles and torch that burns with a light purple flame. That's the carvings depict Saint Trina's, but in adult form, somewhat unnervingly. Huh? What the fuck? Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Whoa. Alright. Let's try to deal some damage with this. Okay, it's not for combat, for sure. But alright. It affects sleep. Alright. Did I just finish him with a fucking... I try to finish him with a fucking fist. Oh. Go to sleep. Okay, I'm done. Whatever. Whatever, mate. Whatever. Alright, that's where we want to go. Although, let's carefully follow the lights. I actually cannot see shit. Aw, man. Of course it's gotta lead to a dungeon. Only a little further now, show me the path, O gentle light, to Alafel. Okay, this is kind of spooky, not gonna lie. Like, I actually don't know where to go. Can't see shit, bruh. There's some wolf. Woof woof. I'm scared that I would fucking walk off the fucking cliff or some shit. Let me just take this item. Thank you very much. This dude is scared. I'm trying to follow the thingy thing. Okay, hold up. Let's go back. Let's not get lost. And then die off of a cliff. Where is it? Okay, we went here. And then here. There we go. Okay. It goes east. East side from here. East side Vagos. Okay. There's a cliff. Over the cliff, I assume. Okay, keep going. Lump of flesh. Ah, found it. I always like to do this cave thingy, because it always gonna have like some cool boss fights and stuff like that. Doesn't always have the best loot, but it either gonna have like some interesting puzzle or some unique boss fight, I guess. Even though it's completely optional. Okay, I think that's death. We meet again! Holy shit, you're buff as fuck. Alright, this is definitely a little bit over my level, but... So... Whoa! Is that death? Oh, man. Okay. I think that's death or frostbite. Ooh. Okay, we gotta be careful. This dude can one-tap me, actually. Okay, Steak of Marika. Woohoo! The frostbite effects drops my frame. Hidden path ahead. Oh! Bye-bye. I misclicked. There we go. Ooh, I get their weapon. Forked hatchet. Oh my god. Oh, okay, bro. Really? Okay, I'm not really in the mood to fight this fucker, man. Are you shitting me? Holy shit, I actually almost died. This place is dangerous, Jesus. Hello. Most of them can actually kill you. Oh, it's those guys again. Okay, now I see what's going on in this one. Okay, okay. Oh man. Really? I don't want to fight these guys again, I swear. It's so fucking tiring, man. Can I just skip them? Okay, never mind. Oh! Oh god, oh god. Okay. Oh my god, dude, I barely do any damage. Okay, I'm dead. Bro, they deal too much damage. Ah! Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? No, fuck! Oh my god. I'm dead. Oh my god. Wanna go home. Fuck. Holy shit, dude. I hate those guys so much. Oh, my healing is so shitty. I'm out of everything. This is all I have right now. Shit, man. Okay. Alright, I am definitely gonna die here. Oh fuck. Help! Help! Oh, you come on, bro. Okay, really? Oh my god. Bro, one hit, really? Oh man. Okay. This place is fucking killing me. Haha. What is that sound? Oh, there's something up there. Please don't trigger him. Please, 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 just please don't. I don't want to fight him anymore, dude. Please. Bro, please, bro. Please, bro. Hiya! Alright. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Why does my light attack do so much movement? I need help. Okay, found it. Oh boy. Okay, we can go back. There's so many death here. Oh, those guys are not dead. Oh, fuck. What? Someone died. Bro, please, bro. Oh my god. I am not surviving his attack. There's two! There's two! I'm done. I'm done, motherfucker! Okay, I got an idea. I got an idea. Alright, never mind. Oh! Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. Man. Why? This dungeon is no joke. Holy fuck. Hold on 1 second. Chodo Madine. Oh yeah, I knew it. Chat, if you guys can hear me, refresh the stream. Apparently we dropped quite a lot of frames. Yeah, I guess the internet's still a little bit unstable. So yeah, if you guys can hear me, refresh for no delay. Or at least minimum delay. Hopefully it doesn't happen that much. No. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Oh. Nyom. Nani? There we go. Oh my god, dude, I dropped 75,000. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, fitta helvete, jävla. I drop way too much for sure. Hey. Are you still playing this game, by the way, you? How's Elden Ring, by the way, so far for you? Yeah, delicioso. I wanna go home so bad. So bad. Ah! No! Drink! Fucking A! Oh my god, dude. Oh, I cannot. I swear to god, this fucking game. Okay, bro. What? Okay, fancy. Alright, I'm going home. Fuck this, guys. I'm gonna level up, and then we'll come back in. Fuck you. Yeah, still playing and kinda lost. What do you mean? Like, lost literally in the open area, or like lost like don't know where to go? Wait, I think that's the same thing. Never mind. Ignore me. Shit. It sounded dumb. No quest indicator, just roaming and unlocking stuff. Yep. That's pretty much how you play the game though. So, you're good. No worries. Oh, I already activated it. Okay. Alright. Boss fight time. Oh man, okay. You're that hammer guy friend. Okay, the Scarlet Rod! Woo-hoo-hoo! Alright. Wow. A Scarlet Rod enemy? Fucking hell. Oh, this is gotta be a nasty fight. Whoa! Oh my hitbox spawn! Holy shit! I just dodged his attack from doing another animation. That is so sexy. Ugh! Get fucked. Rotten Gravekeeper Cloak. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here before I actually die from Scarlet Rot. Oof. That is actually really sexy though. I didn't do a roll animation or anything, but my character didn't get hit because I was crouching after finishing an attack animation. Now that is sexy. Oh shit, I need a fucking bonfire. Help. Okay, I actually don't know what to scale, so I'll just scale strength. I don't feel like you want to increase your stats more than 70. I mean, more than 40 in this game. Although I'm not sure. I'm not too 100% sure about it. So... shit. Oh god, this is so scary. Alright, on one. That's not it. Am I going to the right way? I can't tell. I guess so. I really can't tell. I guess we'll just trust this blue light thingy. I'm not too sure. Oh my god, is this a cliff? Okay, this looks like a cliff. Bro. Fuck. Help! I'm lost! Shit. As I told you that about guidance in this game, I actually got lost. That's actually kind of embarrassing. Oh, fuck you guys. I'm not dealing with you guys. Is that an M? After 60, scaling is barely affected. Oh, 60 is the limit, not 40. Gotcha. I'll be now Rick Rice. I think I've heard that name before. Also, what's up, Sal? How you doing? Ooh, my frame is dreadful in this game, in this area. Probably because of the snowstorm. Wait, do I have to make these guys fight? Or do I have to kill them because the stone here means... I feel like I need to make them fight to solve this puzzle. Fuck. But how do I make them do that? Is there a fucking item that can make the enemy turn against each other? I feel like that's a thing in Dark Souls, but I forgot what it's called. Let me just kill them first. Alright. The other guy's missing. Yeah, I don't know. Ow. Oh. Alright. Okay, so they keep respawning so I can solve the puzzle. That means I'm not doing this right. I'm chilling as per usual, also playing Elden Ring. Have you beat the game so far? Because I feel like you play a lot more than me. So I feel like you should be able... You should have beat it. I think I'm close to the end game. I'm just kind of doing this side area. Because I already have the forge thingy thing to burn the earth tree. 3 times, 3 more ending to go. Nice. So there are 6 endings. Interesting. Twice as much ending as... Oh, I guess it's not really like the classic good, bad, and neutral ending like the other Dark Souls game. I guess what they're doing is the which clan are you sided with kind of ending. Because so far I've discovered 3 potential quests that can alternate the ending. The first, obviously, like the Melina ending, which is the default, where you just do you know, just fucking become the Elden Lord, I guess. And then there's the Fia ending. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll try to figure out later after I finish the game. But it's definitely have something to do with, instead of becoming the Elden Lord of like the shattering and everything like that, you kind of become the Lord of Death, I guess. It has something to do with death, with that bitch. And then there's Ronnie. I don't know if Ronnie's gonna be an ending, but I completed her quest and she did said gonna meet again in the after I became the Elden Lord. So I'm assuming I am getting her quests or her ending. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But after I finished Ronnie's end quest line, she did say we're gonna meet again. So I'm assuming it's gonna be something like the Dark Souls 3 alternate ending, where you become the fucking Dark Lord thingy thing because of the fucking NPC. I got all last 3 ending right now, but I'm just doing Jolie co-op. Hell yeah. Some NPC quest line give other endings like less important NPC than Ronnie. I see. Yeah, I noticed like Fia. I mean, I don't know if Fia is less important, but she's definitely like the way she's suggesting the last line she said to me. She's definitely gonna affect the ending. Like she's talking about something about Godwin and how she wanted death to be like, she basically wants all the people in this universe to die normally. Like when they die for real, instead of, you know, revived every time as a tarnished. I wouldn't say, even though Fia looks very grim, I wouldn't say she's a bad, like her idea of the ending is a bad ending, right? She basically just want to make people who, if they die, they're gonna die for real. Essentially the way she made my fun. Can you shut the fuck up, bro? Ah, shit. I feel like Fia's ideology of death just want to bring death back to its place. Although I don't like the way she talks, so I killed her. I'm sorry, man. She's way too edgy for me. I can. Not my waifu. What is this electric shit. And yeah, I mean, I'm basically Ronnie's permanent main servant right now. After finishing her questline, I feel like I'm already Ronnie's. I'm simping for Ronnie, yeah, maybe. Shit, man. I'm a simp. Shit. I'm Ronnie's tier 3 sub. But I could tell you which other NPC questline alter the ending you can do all at once and just choose your preferred ending at the very end as you seek the frenzied flame. That one will lock you in. What the fuck is a frenzied flame? We can find the other ending after I got my first ending. Because right now my how I'm doing this right now is that whatever first ending that I'm gonna get is, you know, it's whatever I stumble upon. Later on the second character, I'll do like, I don't know, maybe look more into specific NPC and, you know, try to get another ending. Ooh, okay, this place is a lot more open. Okay, I guess we want to go there. Oh, there's a dungeon over here. Or a cave. Okay, we can go over here first, I guess. Or we can go over here first. It's closer. Why not? Have said the Earth Blaze yet? Nope. Because I know that's gonna trigger something. What the fuck are you guys? You're riding a fucking wolf? That's fucking badass. Come here. Oh, this is such an annoying fight. Okay. Oh my god, there's two of them. Okay. Oh god, no! Frostbite! I fucking hate Frostbite, dude. Ah! Such a dumb fucking buff. I recommend doing all the NPC questline before you do it. Not sure if all of them stay after you commit a cardinal sin. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But I don't mind. Like I said, it's not like I'm not gonna play more of this game. I'll just see whatever ending I'm gonna get for the first one. And then later on the second one, then I'll go ham with, you know, a little of a wiki searching. Because, you know, after you finish the game, it's kind of feel like, you know, a little bit more whatever type of thing. What is... Okay, I feel like they're guarding something. I'm just kind of interested. Let's scout a little bit. I'm not sure what are they guarding here. There's a shit ton of wolf. There's a fucking rare item there. Let me just swoopity swoop real quick. Skirp. Okay, it's just smithing stone. Are you kidding me? Not even worth my time. The Frost Archer mob's damage is insane. Sometimes they can headshot. They can headshot? What the fuck? Okay. I'll be more careful. To be fair, it's not that hard to dodge them. At least so far. Is this boss? Oh. It's not. I guess I have no right. You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. Shit. I feel like I need to stealth here. Someone's might fuck me up in the ass. Excuse me. The wolf is a ghost. Huh? Oh! This is like, Wait, I have that gesture. Is that gonna do anything? Okay. Never mind. I thought it was gonna trigger something. Still no right. Okay, there's a lot of those shield wall thingy. I'm assuming once we trigger something, those walls gonna go off. But also, all the ghosts gonna be real, and you're gonna have to fight them in some way. Invigorating cured meat. No door ahead. Beseek Evergale. Held shut by a seal. Okay. But there's an Evergale close by, and this is only gonna open once I defeat whoever the fuck is in the Evergale. Alright. Challenge accepted. Oh. Found it. Oh. Light the 4 figures in the Evergale. Light the 4 figures in the Evergale. Oh, what the fuck? This is not a normal Evergale. Light the 4 figures in the Evergale. Does it have something to do with this? Huh. Okay, I'm assuming I'm already in the alternate dimension, and those ghosts are probably real now. They're probably gonna kill me. So, let's be sneaky beaky like here. Okay, I'm assuming this is okay. Alright. What the fuck? Oh god! Oh, Jesus fucking... Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? How am I alive? I have no idea. Alright, we got some fucking ghosts trying to butt rape me. That's okay. I can only see their slash, not even their fucking weapon. That's fun. Shit, bro. Alright, we've lit 1. Ha ha ha, Liddy! XD! Now we gotta lit the rest. We got 3 left, right? I think we want to be sneaky here. I'm not sure if it's gonna help, but might as well. I guess you can memorize the spawn location of the ghosts before you enter the Evergale, and then you use that knowledge to traverse the area. I'm guessing that's how the game wanted you to do it. But, since I'm a dumbass, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna keep going and push my luck. You think I am gonna memorize every single location of the mobs and avoid them? No. I will just eat ass. What? Okay, of course. Evil Mind Freak? Bam. A boom. Thank you. Oh, fuck off. 2 of them? Oh, you cunt. Are you serious? Is this what you mean, chat? This is kinda dumb. Ah, fuck. Okay. I got this. Watch this. Okay. I do not got this. It's easy to dodge 1 of them. It's not easy to dodge 2 of them. Because you gotta roll. You cannot just run from the arrow. Ah, fuck. Okay. That's gonna be quite the interesting encounters. Ooh-wee. Oh, fuck. Hey, Nani? Oh, Invader, isn't it? Where you at, bitch ass? Oh, unless you're not supposed to. Oh, yeah. Anastasia again? Bitch, what are you doing here? I already killed you once. What do you want? Oh my... What the fuck is that? 3-second stutters. Okay, I cannot parry that. Ta-ta, bitch. Go home. Eat your breakfast. Come back later. Alright, there's an invisible bitch ass over here. Aw, they're all chasing him. Swoop! Swoop! Okay, this guy is faster than me. Are you... Okay. Can you guys not? Fitta helvete. Okay, fine. Alright, bro. Nice range. Bitch. Aww. Okay, don't do that to me. There you go. Attaboy. Why is he staring like that? You bitch! What? This guy is always annoying to catch. Bitch. What Shadow's lure? Okay, I guess it's gonna be like your clone that attracted the enemies instead of attracting to you. I mean, okay. Ordina Liturgical Tower. Oh, motherfucker, there's a fucking grace this whole time. Okay, let's try to get the thingy first before we trigger the thing. Okay, so one wolf over here, one knight over there. Okay. Oh, no fucking way. You cannot go up there unless you go into the fucking ghost thingy. Ooh, fuck. That's... Actually, no. I think I can do this. Yep. Alright. Thank God. Alright, so we know the third one is over here. So, second one over there. First one over there, but where's the fourth one? I actually haven't found the fourth one yet. Wait, is it that one? I think it's this one. Let me check. Okay, yeah. Alright, this is the fourth one. So, center, we can go this one, that one, and then the last one. Alright, let's do this. I got this. Love you, love me. I hate this area though. It's not really good for my frames because of the snowstorm. Sag. Torrance Creed Maidenhood. No maiden. Okay, we're closer to this one. So I guess we can do this one first. Yeah, that's right, Saints. This is the new best Assassin's Creed game. The best Assassin's Creed game right now is not an Assassin's Creed game. How do you feel? You take so much damage, motherfucker. You're just an archer, hello? Am I under-leveled? The fuck? Jesus Christ. That's one tanky archer. Nice shot. Scream. What do you play? CSGO? In Roblox? I'm kidding. Alright. This is one. You gotta be really careful with the archers though. I think I'm gonna switch my shield to the... This one, I guess. I can track it better. I mean, deflect it. The character creator is so bad I barely managed to make some Less of Us Joel copy. It's not the best, but you can actually go ham with it. Like, if you... I've seen some really impressive character creation out of this game. I've seen some people recreate Joker. They created the Chad guy meme. That's pretty fucking impressive. Oh my fucking god, I'm about to die. But it's hard to navigate around it. So you gotta be very patient and actually learn how to do it with this character creation. It's the type that if you know what you're doing, then it's gonna look good. Most of the time, Dark Souls game or From Software game, I don't really bother with the character creation. Because most of the time... Oh! Oh, it memorized the last statue that you lit. Okay, that's cool. Because most of the time, your face is not going to be visible. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Bro! Are you kidding me? Wow. You're still trying to shoot me? Dead point? What's the word? Yeah, whatever. If I do second playthrough, it's gonna take me 6 hours to put together a presentable girl. What the fuck is a presentable girl? Can this be an item? Oh! Cutscene. Oh, never mind. They throw us back to reality. But yeah, I would say don't go too far. Don't go too hardcore with the character creation. Because unless you really zoomed in, or if you're not gonna wear a helmet, because you cannot really hide helmet in this game, you're not gonna see the face of your character. Like, most of you guys probably forgot this character is actually a male. So yeah. Focus on the armor selection instead of character creation. Because that's where the fashion comes in this game. Fashion souls. Is this a boss fight? Oh, it looks like a boss fight. Okay, I might want to level up first. I got 60,000. Might as well. Very much appreciate that it has heterochromia, different colored eyes. I guess yeah, I know what you mean. So pretty good feature in a character creation. I feel like most RPG game starting to implement that. Even Cyberpunk have that kind of thing. Seven 777 quintillion. Okay, I think I can upgrade my weapon one more tier. Let's do that first, and then we'll fight this boss. I noticed that you're keeping the remembrance. Ah, shit, I forgot. Thank you. I actually wanted to check out the weapons for each of the remembrance. Yeah, I've been wanting to do that. I keep forgetting to do that. Thank you. Although, to be fair, I'm probably not gonna use any of them. I'm gonna be honest. Because so far, none of them interest me. Whoa, Waves of Darkness. Oh, this is the one that he does. The pew, pew, pew. Cannot use it. Whip, no thanks. Faith 27, cannot use it. Intel. 22 and 21 Faith, cannot use it. Intel 40, cannot use it. Strength. Oh, Oh, I can use this too. Margot's Curse Sword. Oh, this is the I forgot what it's called. I'm not a big fan of the animation for this one. Axe, no thanks. Yeah. The only one that I can use is this. Too. And I feel like we should probably duplicate this first and then we get both of them. Wow, which one is badass? What do you mean? Are keepsakes like the rune stuff one-time use only? Keepsake? What do you mean? Are you talking about this one? Golden rune? Shit. Where did I meet the fucking thing last time? Where do we find... Oh! In the deep root. Yeah, there's one of those big guy that I think I haven't used yet. Which one that you highly recommended, Keihatsu? Or K? I guess I can call you K. The Cursed Blade? Morgoth's, right? Yeah, I want to trade that. But let's duplicate this first and then we'll trade it. So we can get both of his stuff. Because that's the only two in the remembrance that I can actually use. The rest I cannot use at all. Although the problem is that I'm already plus 19 deep into this storm and into this twin blade, so the chance of me using a different weapon in this run is very small. Unless I really, really like it. Oh, come on, I already used this? Shit. Okay. First, let's upgrade my weapon first. And I will find another Musolium thingy guy. We'll duplicate it, and I will get the Curse Blade and his other stuff. I picked one called Lens Between Rune. Description says used to gain many runes. It is passive or one-time use. Lens Between Rune. I don't think that's an item. Lens Between Rune. Huh? I don't remember. Can you screenshot me? Or take a picture? Or I guess I can just Google. The Lands in Between is the name of the world of the game. Lands Between Runes? Huh? Grants various effects such as restorative properties for recovering HP, remove certain negative status effect, or applying temporary buff and debuff, while others can be thrown at enemies to deal damage. The fuck? Wait, why have I never got this item? It looks like Golden Rune, but it's not. Huh? I actually never got that item, Sane, so I actually have no idea.
Well,
I guess you can give it a try.
Out your arms, then.
Let's see what's up.
Greeting, are you here for spirit tuning?
Are you here for spirit tuning? Oh shit, I maximized the bird guy. Alright. Oh my god, I'm out of fucking... Okay, that costs a lot. Holy shit. Brother, 50k? Oh! Fuck! I did not meant to spend that much. God damn it. Alright, fuck it. No, I don't need that much. Ah, fuck. Okay. I guess mine. Fuck. I have 24k left. Smithing stone, somber stone, bada bing, bada boom. I actually rarely use the rune art. Should probably start using this a lot more. I'm gonna buy all. Thank you, ma'am. We got like 25 rune arc. Like we should definitely start using it. Like I feel dumb for not using it this whole time. You feel me? But Roy, what build are you doing, Kay? Oh shit, I actually shouldn't call you Kay, because there's someone else that also named, also called Kay. I'll just call you Keihatsu. K. Keikatsu. Keikakutori. Alright. Here we fucking go. Fight me! Let's go. Whoever this is gotta be. Fight me. Michaelis Halictree. Who? Oh my, what? This is an accessible spot. You're joking. You're joking. Really now? Oh my god. I'm dead. Okay. You again. Oh fuck, I hate this. Oh, I hate this place already. Ah! Thank God you guys are fucking weak. Oh man, I've seen Lyric pass through this area. This is not gonna be fun. I mean, it's gonna be fun for you guys to watch me. It's not gonna be fun for me. Shit. Okay, why is there so many death here? So bad. Just don't fall, dude. Oh! Alright. Alright, bro. That was close. I see why there's a lot of death in that area. Okay, I see a lot of loots though. So it might be worth it to go around, but at the same time, I am not a huge fan of this kind of place, so... Oh, fuck off. Oh, you shithead. Oh, you guys deal a shit ton of damage. Fuck me. Oh, you shit! Ah! Oh, that's a bad idea. Oh, that's a bad idea. Excuse me. I'd rather be here. Oh boy. Ah! Oh my fuck! This guy deals a shit ton of damage. I'm going to die. Oh, sure. Okay, I just got his head. I'm good. Oh my fucking god. Ah! Oh my. Excuse me, coming through. Skirt. I'm just here to get some loot. Don't mind me. Skirt. Please don't push me off with your fucking bubbles. No, no, shut the fuck up. Have I got this one? I already got this one. Skirt. I'm almost dead. Habla. Nabidi dabadoo. Oh my god. Ah! Oh, it's gonna be fun. I can feel it. Oh man. Oh, I gotta go there manually. Fuck you, game. Oh man. Miyazaki, fuck. Of course you're gonna make this kind of fucking area. Of course. Alright, we got this. Alright, calm down, chat. We got this. All I gotta do is just to not initiate any fights, unnecessary fights. Wait, what the fuck? There's an Elden... There's a Grace here? Oh, because I dropped down earlier. I'm dumb. All I gotta do is just be chill. Don't initiate too many dumb. Oh, too many dumb decisions. It's just, oh my fucking ass. This place is gonna be the worst place to get stutters. I'm gonna be honest. So let's hope that my PC is stabilized in this area and I'll be happy. What the fuck are... Oh! Okay. Alright, bro, please. Newman's Root. Ah, Scarlet Rot. Alright, perfect. Just what I need. Bro, please, bro. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die. Oh shit, bro. Hiya! Oh! Oh my god! Contraption does not move. Grace? Thank God. Okay. Cause concussion to explode in mixed physics. Concussion to explode? What does that mean? I guess we'll try it out. That sounds fun. Oh! Oh, demigod! The demi-human. I haven't seen you guys for a while. What are you guys doing here? Oh, someone heard me. Bye-bye. Alright, might as well get rid of you as well. Love you, love me. Okay. That guy's naked and filled with mushroom. Oh, oh, oh my fucking ass. Get fucked. Bye. Oh my lord. They're gonna attack me, right? Mimma fan, fitta helvete jävla. Oh my god. Dude, my butts are clenching in this area. I just don't want to fall off, dude. Oh, you. Oh, fuck. You deal a shit ton of damage in this one. Oh, fuck. Alright then. Are you? Wow! One HP left. Really now. Okay. Fair enough. I should probably parry him, to be honest. That was probably the smarter move, rather than just tanking him. Okay, I cannot? Ah, shit. Delicious. Ow, okay, stutters. Alright, I want to kill him though. Huh? Alright, bro. Oh my fucking god. Okay, the stutter's annoying. Oh my god, okay. That was rare. I never had that much of a stutter mid-fight. I guess it's because I've never been in this place. And I just still rendering everything. That was a shame. Alright, I'm not even gonna bother with them then. Love you, love me. In my heart. Hey. Alright, you though. Oh god. You got like fucking 5 hours wind up. Jesus Christ, man. Skrrr. Oh boy. Not you. Let me just get the fuck out of here. Oh my fucking god, no fucking way. Dude, I don't want to fight you again. No, 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 no. Listen, 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 listen. No! No, I don't want to fight you again! Oh, fuck. I want to go home. Literally the most annoying piece of shit. Why would you... Oh my god, they actually put him in fucking areas like this. Doesn't even make sense. Why is he in this place? Oh, that fucking trap is so obvious. Ooh. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Excuse me? I'm gonna just take the item and get the fuck out. Excuse me. Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone? Huh? That sounds huge. So actually it sounds kind of dope. I guess it's to upgrade past 25? Or 20? Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. That sounds so epic. Lol. Oh no. Wow, okay. I see what's going on here. Oh, this game is really like to kick some ass. Ow! Oh my god! Okay. Okay, there's two of you. There's two of you. Alright, alright. Alright, okay, you're gonna do that. Okay, alright. Okay, okay, okay. Oh! Alright, I found the other one. This area is pretty interesting. I'm not sure about the lore behind this fuckers that apparently can summon for fucking, I don't fucking know reason, dude. Ooh, this stutters. Get the fuck out, man. Love you, love me. Okay, where's the last one though? Alright. Oh, boy. Okay. Alright, I think I found the last one. Bro, what the fuck? Why are they dealing so much damage? Is that part of the fucking algorithm? Jesus Christ, Hank. Oh boy, you're annoying as fuck. Now where's your fucking master? Okay, there he is. Come here, you little shit. Summoning little fucker. Okay. Oh boy, this place is giving me a mild heart attack. Alright. So I guess we want to go down there. I hear Scarab, but I don't see it. Where are you, little guy? We're inside here. Hello. Item ahead, liar ahead. No horse ahead. Okay, there's gotta be a way to get into this, but maybe not from here. That's what I assume. We'll come back to this place later. We're probably able to get inside from the other side or something like that. At least I— What? Oh my god! That one last bit of the HP. Oh, you shit. You're not worth it. You're not worth it. Oh boy. No, I miss. Yo! This guy is annoying as shit. Alright. Oh, we got a lot of huggies. Any hugger? Ah! Alright. Fair enough. Am I under-leveled, or this guy's just gonna hit, always gonna hit hard? I swear to God, I feel under-leveled as fuck. Damage is fine, but they hit me like I'm under-leveled, kind of thing. Ooh. Oh. You fuckface. Alright, so we can go from here if we want to. Oh, gamer. Ah, that's dumb. Oh my. Chad, do not try that at home. If you're not a gamer, do not try that at home. Holy fuck. I almost died. I can't believe I actually survived that. Holy shit, I'm a gamer. Let's go. Yo, what the fuck was throwing bottles at me? Fucking hobo? You use Radagon Talisman? No, I don't think so. Twin Blade, Claw, Radagon Sword Seal, and Axe Talisman. Oh, that's why? Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. At this point, I cannot live without it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, without this... Okay. Let's compare the stat. Is it worth it? Maybe it's not worth it. Oh my fucking god. Okay. It's free 20 level. Yeah, basically. Okay, bro. Oh shit, I'm about to fucking... Alright. A sorcerer that cannot be staggered. That is... I've never heard of a more annoying sentence than that. God damn. Oh no. Oh fuck, that's a long ass checkpoint. Melee bonking sorcerer, I know. I don't know. Do you think it's worth it? Or do you think it's not worth it? The fucking Radagon bullshit. I never really calculated, I'm gonna be honest. I just use it because I can deal more damage. That's about it. Let's try to fight this guy without the talisman. I can kill him anyway on the same move. Okay, let's lure him out again. What is that sound? I keep hearing that. Holy fuck. I kept doing ballsy moves. I need to stop doing that. My heart fucking stops, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, this is definitely a boss fight. So... we'll go back home. I cannot go back home. We'll kill this fucker. What the fuck? Okay. Can you go here instead? I don't want to roll too much. Come here. Alright. Aw, you fuck. Loretta, you bitch! Okay, we... Ah, shit. It's the real Loretta. I just realized. Last time I was fighting her... Oh, fuck. Dude, I already killed her. Ah, shit. Oh. Okay, can you stop summoning that swords? You spammer piece of shit. Ow. Oh, I gotta heal fast. Dodge. Cool. Okay. She's spammy. Bam. Too early. Shit, I already forgot. Oh! Oh, nice stutter, dude. You gonna attack my character? Now you gotta attack my GPU, huh? Little shit. Okay, I cannot do heavy attack on him. It's a he, not a her. I assume. I don't know, man. Lore just sounds like a... Okay. 2022. My bad. Hoo-yah! No! Wrong button! Fuck. Why did I press square? Oh, you annoying piece of shit. Oh, are you shitting me? Okay. Whoa! Okay, I see what it's for now. Shit. Alright, I think I'm gonna die here. Ow. Oh, okay. Alright. At least, oh no. I feel like I deal so little damage ever since I take off the Ridigon bullshit. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. I become so fixated with it now. Or relies on it too much now. Yeah, I'm gonna use it. Fuck it. I've been playing the whole game, or like most of the whole game so far with it, you know, anyway, so might as well. It does makes everyone's hits like a fucking truck, but I also hits like a fucking truck, so it's kind of like, it's fair, I guess. It's only fair. Ow, ow, ow. Oh boy! Fun! Nani? Wrong bottle, you piece of fuck. Shit, I already used the fucking Wondrous Physic. I was not planning to do that. Okay, I shouldn't probably jump again, but... Dude, you know what? Fuck it, man. That's right. Confidence. Fuck you. Ah! Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Sorcerer, piece of fucking shit. Why is there no stake of Marika anyway? Fuckface, man. Oh, you piece of shit. Ooh. Come here, fuck. Can you not, bro? Too fucking slow, bitch ass. Dinga dinga ding, bitch. Come here. Oh, fuck. Huh? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I don't think you can actually do a finishing on them. Okay, the Mimic is so fucking strong. I think my Mimic's a little bit too OP now. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Jesus. Alright, Mimic. What the fuck? To be fair, I think I maxed them out. Right? Yeah, plus 10. Holy shit. I think plus 10 means that he's basically 1-1 to me. Oh my god. 200k. Alright. Just like that. Alright, whatever. Moving on. I did lost 60k there, so I'm kind of pissed off with Loretta. Whatever. Those bonking sorcerers, yeah, whatever either. I don't care about those guys. Fuck them. Snake Eater. Ooh, chess. Snake? Snake! Okay, this is gonna go down. Let's go up real quick. Because we do have a chest to open. Oh my god, what the fuck? This has got to be a trap, right? Okay, it's not. Holy shit, bruh. Ancient dragon smithing stone. This is the fastest elevator so far in the game. Holy shit. Why is the animation so fast? The fuck? Okay, there's nothing there. Elfail, Brace of the Halligate. Sims from... Oh shit! Anor Londo! Oh my god, this is a nightmare. This is PTSD. Oh fuck. I hate those railings. I do hope we're not gonna go there. Hopefully. Oh, it's you fuckers again. Okay. Alright, I missed. Get fucked! Clean Rot, Knight's Sword. Okay, we got their weapon. Even I recognize that? Yeah. It's one of the classic... the Dark Souls 1. Where people fall a lot. I wanna think and shout and let it all out. Man, do I really gotta do this? I really don't want to do this. Okay, they're going turn back. Okay, cool. What? It can self-explode. That was scary. Was that? That's basically my physic, I guess. Try two-handing. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, Nani? Oh, hello. What are they doing? Is he giving his bro a BJ? It was a little bit intimate there. My bad. You know, there's some moment there going on. Sorry, dude. Okay. Hiya! Yo, there's so many bros with intimate moments, man. I just started killing them. When Tarnish kills you and your homies, Sag. Alright, man. It's not my intention, but you guys are on the way, so I got no choice. Actually almost killed me. Alright. Lightning Great Ball. Ooh. Okay. You're the most annoying guy in this whole fucking game with your fucking great shield ass. Get fucked. Scrap. Okay. What are you doing here, pal? Infinite stamina. Incantation ahead. Ooh, incantation. Okay, might as well. Oh. This better be a good one. Triple rings of. Oh, this is those chakram shit that the fucking guys throws. This place looks fucking beautiful though. Not gonna lie. What the fuck? Oh no, the Earth Tree avatar again? Really, bro? Really? Any grace? Shit. Oh fuck. fuck, there's two of them. We're not gonna survive this. Oh, I love the sneaking in this game. It's always so subtle. Shit. Their cone of FOV is very narrow. So most of the time it's actually not that hard to avoid them. It's basically similar to Snake, Metal Gear Solid style. Which I think is by design. They kind of on purpose doing that. Okay, you can go up there. Alright. Wow. Actually that. Oh. Okay, there's no way I can jump over there. There's gotta be some other way to do that. I'll be back later. What? Oh, you're so lucky you survived that, dude. Oh god! Okay. Wow, there's so many of them. I think I should kill them one by one instead of dodging them. Fuck. Oh man. Oh, fucking from the start. Nah, I can't speedrun this. I can't speedrun this part. And then you wanna go over here. Okay, but this one turned back. Oh my fucking stutters. Just be careful here. I don't want to trigger this, guys. It's a little bit not really in the mood. Oh, fuck off, mate. There you go. Attaboy. You're not gonna wake up, right? Alright, let's do this properly now. You been here this whole... I shouldn't know. Oh! Oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Alright. Some chicks. Fuck you. No, oh my god. Oh wait, rare drop? Oh shit. Okay. I'm not even gonna bother with you guys. Oh man, how am I supposed to do this one though? How's your Elden Ring so far, Jigs? Have been enjoyable. I've been falling off high places as well, a lot. Good besides the lag. You're always gonna get the stutters, especially when you roam the new area. No, if anything, it's gonna keep doing that, especially in new area. It's basically gonna do that every time it's gonna render new area. Technically speaking. Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to do this, man? Roll. I'm just gonna go here. Fuck you. Why are you guys looking at the wall? I have no idea, but this is makes it easier for me. Thank you very much. Wow. Nice try. Oh, I see shortcut. Oh fuck. Oh, we gotta go down as well. Bye. Skirt. Oh, that is not a shortcut. Ah, Jesus fuck. There's a demon. Oh, I do not like this place. Let's come back here later, yeah? Like my ass gonna get fucking spread apart in that area. As I said, it stopped for him after the first area. I'm fine with the first rendering lag, but I get it forever in the same areas. Getting it forever in the same areas does not make sense. That's the issues. Because the how the fucking stutter works is that. Oh fuck! What is that? Oh fuck! I don't know. Oh my. Okay, you're gonna. Hey. Okay. I'm not even gonna take any chances. All right, boy. All right, Mimic. You and me, brother. These guys are annoying. Yeah. What do you do? Oh my god. You dumbass. He applied magic defense buff against a fucking enemy that doesn't do magic attack. Okay, I'm so glad I spawned my Mimic. What the fuck? Why is there so many of them? Jesus! You good, man? Nice. Mwah. Let's go. Oh, fuck you. Oh my god, there's more. Okay, this place just sucks. I fucking hate this guy. Oh, come on. They do drop a lot of fucking runes though. I have 200k now. More? Okay, I don't know if I want this. But the fact that I get through hell to get here, I'm gonna use it. But yeah, like I said, Jigs, you might want to like look it up. Oh! What is this? Race attribute will also increase damage taken. Ah. Oh, the attribute. Oh, it raises the other attributes. This is the Intel version. I mean, I don't know if I want this. Like, I'm already taking so much fucking damage. I don't want to take even more fucking damage. But hey. Oh, Jix, have you tried updating your GPU recently? Have you done any upgrade recently? Is the latest NVIDIA driver update your thingy thing? Like it has a specific update for it. Wow. You guys of all fucking things. I am not even gonna try. I wanna go home. Fuck this shitty place. I'm fucking out. How do you sprint? Hold the dodge button. Oh wait, you're on Xbox. B. Holds B. Hold B. Holds B. Yeah, I did, and it helped my FPS a bit, but that's it. I wonder why then. I mean... Like, you've been watching my gameplay so far, right? Is mine worse, or is you know, do you have it worse so far compared to me? Or is it somewhat the same? Yours is worse. Okay, that's very interesting. Because that's not supposed to be the case. It's 2-second long freezes. I get those as well, but it's not like I get that every fucking time. Like, I only get that like a few times. Kind of thing. But you know what I mean? Like, when it happens, it's annoying as fuck, but then that's it. Like, it doesn't happen so often that... Because if this started to happen so often, I'm probably not gonna play this game. Because it's gonna be unplayable. But so far, it only happens... Like, it happens in the most fucked up way that I just lost like 70k kind of thing. Kind of fucked up timing, but... It doesn't happen too often that makes me want to stop playing. If that makes sense. Like, it happens enough to not make me stop playing. Wait, it happens not that often that makes me still play the game. Yeah, I don't know, man. English. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, holy slash. Oh, this is the early area. What the fuck? Oh my god, you can actually find shortcut closer. Okay, we're actually learning. I guess I can kill the earth tree. I can definitely make the jump. It was happening to me every run on, or every other run of fighting Margit. Oh, that's annoying. If it happens to the same boss fight multiple times, that's weird. That is weird. Ever tried Googling and find someone who have the same issues? Wow. That's right, bitch. Sit down. When I Google, it's usually people that don't have it as bad, and none of the fixes have helped much. Very weird. Well, just like the Google, I actually never seen or heard anyone that I know who played this game have that issue. Because everyone experienced the stutters, but no one that I know of experienced the stutter over and over and over. It's always gotta be like a one time on every... Not... I wouldn't say one time, but you know what I mean. Like, you see just now that I just got this stutter? Like, it happens, but... Oh, fuck me! Oh, I forgot about this! Oh, you cunt. Yeah, that's right. Get over here. Huh? Ow, 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 ow. Not again. Wow. Are you... Okay, are you gonna stomp every time I do the heavy attack? Are you serious? Ow, ow, ow. Somber. Alright. That actually helps. Increasing the chance of dodging. Trust me. I hate this bitch. This bitch. Huh? Oh shit. 85, 60, 70, 80, 25, okay. Shit, I wish the fucking rune explained how much do you get. It's so fucking annoying that it doesn't tell you how much does it gives you. There were once heroes who walked the battlefields abundantly blessed by the earth tree itself, who upon earning their honor simply died. What the fuck? That sucks. Yay, I died to the intro boss in 7 minutes. It happens, man. It happens to everyone, trust me. Everyone died to the tree sentinel. At least once. People who actually survived the tree sentinel or one-shot him is either the developer or a fucking cheater, man. Trust me. So? Okay, I'm gonna do something dumb. Boy, gonna get killed for this dumb action. But I don't give a fuck. Cause I wanna kill this bitch. I wanna kill this bitch. I don't know if I wanna kill this bitch actually. Oh my fucking god. Dude, are you actually gonna spam the same fucking attack? You dumb bitch. Oh my fucking god. Alright, let's not fight here. Let's fight a little bit over here so I don't roll off. Alright. I feel like I'm under leveled with this one. Most of my attack actually meant nothing for this one. Wow. What the fuck, game? Oh my god, the fucking... Oh, dude. Huh? No, no, no. Okay. Dude, I just don't deal a lot of damage to this one. It's so annoying. Oh my god. It's like fighting a boss, but probably the reward's not gonna be as much as the boss. So I don't know if I want to do this. Like, I might as well just skip him, type of thing. Once again. Interesting. This bitch. What? Alright, let's go another way. Let's not force to keep going that way. So we already went through that. We already went through this below area as well. Actually, where's that? Oh, okay. I see. Alright. Looks like we're gonna go up this time. MGS cockroach. No, I'm actually doing a glass cannon build right now. Like, I can do a shit ton of damage, but I can also get hit by a lot of damage. Alright, bro. You gonna watch? Alright. Oi, oi, oi. Alright then. Whoa. Okay. There we go. So these guys can easily clean me if I take like 3 combo from like medium-sized enemy usually kills me. And like 5 combos from like cheeky soldiers like earlier. Ooh, Clean Rod Knight summon. Last kind of dude, your vitality bar takes up half the screen. Vitality does not mean the size of the fucking. Okay, the size does not matter in this game. Trust me. It's how you use it. No, seriously though. The size in this game does not matter. What the fuck? Okay, so many fucking huge loot. Dubs. Bro. Seatbat curse? The fuck? Yup. God, I really wish they learned how to make a fucking inventory screen. The fucking From Software is really bad in inventory design. Jesus Christ. Probably one of my biggest complaint of this fucking game. Curse grown on a body defiled by the Dung Eater. Ew. Ew. By doing so, it prevents dead souls returning to the Earth Tree, leaving them forever cursed, once of the most loathsome thing to found in all of the lands between. What? Jesus. That's fucked up. Holy shit. Okay. So what are you telling me is that don't put any points into Vigor? No. If anything, you want as much as possible if you're a glass cannon. Because here's the thing. I equipped this. I just realized I didn't root the other one. Where's it? There you go. I'm equipping this talisman called Radagon Sorcial, and what it does is basically as you can see on the right screen, it buffs my vigor, endurance, strength, dexterity, HP, stamina, and equip load. Like 5 to each, I guess. Yeah, 5 each. But at the same time, I also increase damage taken. So high damage output and high damage input. So I deal a shit ton of damage. I can like basically do a full combo to an enemy and and instantly kill them. But at the same time, I also don't want to get hit by them. Like for example, damn. Oh, are you fucking okay? No! Yeah, that was the example. Ha! Ah! Oh, zigzag! Oh, they're so confused. What a dumbass. Oh, are you fucking my ass? Bro, are you... I'm done with the fucking avatar. I'm done with the fucking avatar. Fuck you all. Fuck off. Bye. Skirp! Peace out, bitch. If I have to fight another... Ah! Oh, Jesus fuck! Are you kidding? Alright. Like I said. High risk, high reward. That's why I do the sneaky beaky like thingy. I can easily one-hit kill. Not really one-hit kill, but one combo kill. Bing bang boom, bing bang. Same with this guy. Bing bang boom, dead. So yeah. Somewhat of a one way to play this game, but not the most efficient way. Kind of thing. Oh, you fuckface. Oh, fuck off. Oh, the helvete jabla. Cunt! So yeah, it makes the games a little bit more frustrating, because everyone's basically can almost one-hit you in a way. But at the same time, I don't know, I like this. I prefer to deal a lot of damage at the same time. Even though I'm gonna take, you know, as much damage. I don't know, I love glass cannon build in games like this. It's always fun. Woo! Alright, at this point we're just gonna experiment. How... I'm fucking done with this game, man. Fucking done. Fucking nutrition for this bitch. This area is fucking cancerous. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, you guys are so bad at aiming. But I guess play Roblox. I'm kidding. It's a joke. 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 Oh! Just die. Just die, please. Go. Alright. That room looks interesting. Holy shit, so good. Hold up. Oh shit. I did it. Behold target lock. I feel like we're at the next step right now. So I don't want to go there yet. Oh my god. Okay, can I go there? Okay. Let's try something dumb. Script! Drop down. Script! Survive. Don't die. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I'm so dead. I love you, bro. Oh, shut up. Oh, I'm in hell. Help! Holy fuck! Okay, okay, okay. Alright, the moment you drop there, you immediately want to go up. Oh! Rat trap speedrun technique. Another rat script have been founded. Oh my god. You're welcome, chat. You guys can use that on the speedrun attempt on this game. You're welcome. I call that rat skip number 3. Hey, what up, Raku? How you doing? Not gonna lie, that's actually a shortcut. I'm pretty sure no one has found that yet. Sorry. Alright, what do I get if I go there? Nothing. What up, bro? How you doing? Skirt. Still having some rest. How about you? Trying to get the fuck out of this fucking optional area. Oh, come on! Are you kidding me? The fucking candle actually triggered a sound for them? I did not know that. Okay. I think we've pretty much discovered most of the places but one. I think we just got one more. Oh my god, I hate you so much. This is the most bullshit Earth Tree attack I've ever seen. Okay, I don't think there's anything here. If you go all the way to the halfway, it has a necessary reward for all achievement. For an achievement. If you, I already went to that end, the other end. I got the fucking Marika Source Seal, if that's what you meant. Yeah. Okay, I haven't gone up there. So there's that, I guess. Alright, let's go up there. I think that's all. That's the last one before we gotta go to the next one. But yeah, I actually been going around in circles of this area to get all the loots. Cause man, the amount of legendary drops this area have is insane. Okay, now the question is, how the fuck do we get up there? Through here? I don't think so. There's no bridge that's connected to that. There's one of them way far up there, but I don't think it's possible to get up there. It looks like you're not supposed to get there right now. It does look like you gotta get there later on, or you'll get there. Actually, alright, I got it. Never mind. I was looking at the wrong platform. That's definitely not now, but we can get there now. I remember now why I dodged it. Because the fucking archers keep hitting on me. Alright. Roll, 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 roll. Jump. Hiya! Are you kidding me? Hiya! Okay, you know what? Fuck you. Oh, it's not a drop one, it's a fucking mana one. God damn it, I thought I'm about to get a new Ashes of War. Well, that was useless. Let me just kill this guy. This game cannot be this good. I mean, the reality it is. Oh my god, I forgot you can do that. What? Okay, he can... Okay, once he does the animation, there's no way to cancel it. I thought you can still cancel that. Alright. We live, we learn. The drop zone are full silver. Yeah. It's just that from afar, the silver and the blue is a little bit hard to distinguish. Any glasses? Shut the fuck up. I mean, the red one is obvious, right? Because red is really fucking bright. The fucking blue and the silver is both a light color. Alright, to be fair. Wait, there's no more places to go, actually. I think we're done. Oh yeah, we're actually done. Alright. Let's proceed to the next area. Oh, I mean, 12,000. I can just leave it, I guess. It's not that much. Be wary of trio. Oh, fuckface. I'm not even gonna bother fighting them. Alright. Fair enough. Bro, the crystal bitches are so annoying to fight. They have infinite poise. I'm a fucking Dex player, not STR.
Tactical nuke!
Oh! Dara, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Dong Slide, in the chat. How you doing, man? What's up? What's up? Dong Slide. You're for a raid. How's Valorant? How many wins, loss? Oh, the chest is open. Yeah, fuck you, bitch. Ow! 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 I am never gonna fight them. Not worth my time. Easy clap. Ooh, pretty. That looks like Scarlet Rot waterfall. Wowee, this is fun. Oh, man. I hecking love Scarlet Rot. I was on Valo and Apex. Oh shit. Farming case. Farming dubs. What up, Colleen? Dredgen? Welcome, welcome. Let's go some more. Ooh. I see you on the no fun Halleck tree. Yep. But it's okay. It's doable. I got most of the items so far. Oh, this is actually a pretty beautiful place. Oh my god, back to back! Jesus Christ! Alright, let me post. Welcome! Thank you for the raid, Yui. To the circle. It's a little bit weird. What's up? How you doing? How's your stream? Were you grinding Apex? I assume. Take this circle for you. I know it's kind of me like trying to do the heart hand sign, but instead I make a circle because why not? Yeah, okay. Oh, you again. Almost fell. Damn, they actually rendered the ragdoll all the way. No wonder this game is so fucking hard to fucking run. Was fun was practicing Wingman. Oh shit. Wingman Pro now. Wingman. Yo. Okay, you know what? I've accepted my faith with the Scarlet Rod. Whatever. We bathe in hell. I accept. Oh boy, this is fun. Oh, what the fuck are you guys? Are you guys swimming in this? Oh, it's the one that doesn't have a leg. I'm not even gonna bother. Ah, okay. I forgot about my HP. Okay, hold on. Let me refill my water. I need to hydrate. I don't really need to do anything. I'm just gonna hydrate. Ah! Alright, I'm back. Okay, so Raiders, people from Gara's and Yui's stream. Elden Ring. I am 74 hours in, level 117. I am on the end game level, so spoiler warning for any of you guys who's watching who's interested in not getting spoiled or care actually about the lore or anything like that. I am on the end game area, although it's an optional one. Like, I'm actually in an optional area, not like a main story area. So yeah, just a little heads up. Damn, I actually put 70 hours into this game. That just kicks in. That's kind of impressive, not gonna lie, considering I never really... How did you trigger? Ooh, that's some interesting moveset. Oh wait, I just realized the legs for this guy is a bunch of hands. Oh my fucking god. Miyazaki is fucked up, dude. Can I one-tap these guys? Okay, I feel like I'd rather kill them. Oh, fuck me. Heal? Yeah, better off kill them. Or them letting them chase you. Oh, he doesn't know. Okay, he knows. Endgame equals pain. Well, pain is the middle name of this game. Or From Software in general. So, I mean, if you bought this game and spend more than 2 hours and not refunding the game, you're maso. You just like the pain. I'm sorry, chat. You're maso. I'm a maso. We're all maso. If you're enjoying this game. And I'm not gonna lie, it's fun. I never spend, for the context, I'm that streamer who always drop a single player game because I lose interest with so many games so often too fast. So the fact that I actually put 70, oh my god, I'm dead. The fact that I put 70 hours into this game, you know I'm a Soulsborne player. 'Cause yes, I am. I know nothing of this. If you're familiar with Dark Souls, this is basically made by the people who made Dark Souls. Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Sekiro. This game is their first attempt on open world, basically. Is the open world Dark Souls. Like, so far we've been playing in this area, right? From the start to here. But then the whole map is actually like this big. Like, this is the starting area. And then you go here, you explore the whole land. And you notice there's like multiple lands. And then you notice like it's the whole map does not fit the whole screen. Yeah, this game is fucking huge. Dude, this game, the fucking map quadruple in size. This shit's still mind blown. Still mind blown me. The fucking map quadruple in size. When you start the game for the first time, this is all you see. And this was actually pretty big. This is not small. Like dragon, a single giant dragon, like it's like the size of this square. This thing. Just to put into context of how huge this fucking game is right now. In the end game. If you get to the end game. It still baffles me every time. I like hearing people die, so I'm gonna stay. Okay. Welcome to stay. I've never seen so much dragon ever in Souls game. True. Although every Souls game, I think every Souls game have a dragon in it. At least, yeah. Every single one of them actually have a dragon. I mean, it's clear that Miyazaki have a interest with them, like a big interest in dragons. And I'm not gonna lie, they're pretty fucking dope. I almost died. Ooh. Alley-oop. I need a shield for this area. This guy doesn't deal a lot of damage, but altogether they deal a shit ton. And in a swarm area like this, where you cannot really move around a lot, shield's actually really useful. How did I miss that? No! Fuck. Blah, 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 blah. But this time we're mandatory. They usually don't bring you to Dragon Place through main. Mostly secret optional. True. True. But it kind of fitting the lore though, like in Dark Souls 1, how there's so rare, there's not much dragon because fucking, what's his name again? The Scaleless killed most of his own kind. The Scaleless dragon. So there's only a few dragons that you fought. In this one, I feel like there's most of the dragons are actually alive and healthy. Some of them even devour. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Whoa. Whoa. Dude. Oh my god. Oh, I hate this part. Wish I can just skip them. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. We have to one-tap this guy. If we want to survive this. We have to. Alright. I got this. Alright, nice one. Holy Jesus. Okay. Come on. Okay. Alright, heal. Alright, we got this. Easy. Oh my god, you guys are so frustrating. Okay. There's more. Bro. Hit. Oh my. Dude, I farmed this guys 3 times and I can already level up. Jesus. At least they drop a lot of fucking runes. I'm out of fucking things. Okay. Oh! I forgot about that. No, that's blood loss, dude. I'm gonna die. Alright, fuck it. Bro, this is too much. This is actually too much. Oh my god, this is Blighttown. This is Blighttown all over again. What is going on with this game? Alright, speedrun. I have to one-tap your mom. Good one. My mental one boomed in Halic Tree yesterday 10 times. Some are glintstone, so I assume mages created them or something. Halic Stone, I mean, it's a Malekith. Wait, who's her name? Michaela, not Malekith. Michaela's, essentially Michaela's base, I guess you can say. Is where she managed her own stuff like that. No, I mean the Glintstone Dragon. There's a fucking dragon in this area? I haven't seen him. No, 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 not this one. Oh, God. Okay. All right, speedrun route. Okay, I can dodge them. I don't have to fight them. We're good, we're good. Keep going, keep rolling, keep rolling, 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 keep rolling, rolling. Okay. How does that go? Well, he forgot to drink his healing. Did you jump? Don't tell me. Oh no. You turn around and fall. It would be funny if I actually do the same. We're good. That's actually a really pretty place. Holy shit. Look at that. That's cool. It's almost like a boss fight place. Got a fucking open area. I wonder if we can go there a little later. Why not equip a dagger to have quick step on? Oh yeah, never thought of that. Nah. Because I don't have any dagger that deals damage. Does the quick step immune to swarm? Wait a minute. No, but you don't fat roll. Oh, I see. Finger butthole. Oh, feels good, man. Your mausoleum's bugged? Unlucky. I don't think I've encountered mausoleum that bugged so far. So I don't think it's a common occasion. Keep rolling, rolling. Oh, finally. Some lights. Holy shit, this place is pretty. Hut, go away. There we go. We're back to this spot. Level Design 101. Oh, okay. Cool. Damn, this is actually a cool route. Check this real quick. Usually there's an item here. JK. Okay, we want to go down there, but we can also go here. So I'm gonna go here first. Seems like you're not supposed to go here first, kind of thing. Oh, I wonder. Parkour! Oh, there's better be a reward for this. Oh, come on. Really, game? That was actually quite hard. Oh, fuck you. Here? Maybe? Nope. Wow. They did not reward you for that. Damn. Fine. Ooh. How about this place? How do you die? Eh? Okay, this guy's bloodstain's not showing. Kinda sussy. Oh! He did not stick the landing. Oh, fuck off. Okay. It's those guys again. Let me see. Shit. Ah, fuck, I'm dead. Ooh, how am I surviving this? I should not survive that shit. How am I supposed to go up there? I gotta do... Fuckface! Okay. Oh, you cuck. No, 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 no. You guys come here. Bitch. Bitch. Oh shit, rare drop. Aeonian butterfly. Jesus, there's so many death in this place. I guess I know why. Okay, let's be a little bit sneaky beaky here. I wanna alert. Okay, we just alerted them. Skirp. Oh shit! Wait, this is connected to the ground place of the outside of the fucking thing. Oh my god, this place is huge. Oh, oh, fuck off! Not you again, man. Fitta helvete. What? You lucky son of a bitch. Oh my god. You guys are buffing all along, huh? Huh? Okay, this is just not fair. Okay, bro, really? Oh my god. I am so lucky. Hello. Hey, Nani? That was beyond luck. That was actually extremely lucky. If I dropped down there, I would die, I think. Taking too much damage. A lot of people are mourning this area. Interesting. Guessing fellow knights? All of them are just sad. Sad guh. Let's kill them all. Skirp! Jesus Christ, you have infinite amount of fucking HP, huh? Oh my god, bro. Bloody Knights in Halictria has infinite poise. True. Hold up. Let me read the description of the flower. A delicate water lily of unalloyed gold that has started to fade and wilt. A flower signifying faith in the Halictri. Thought to be beloved by the Empyrean Michaela in his youth. Michaela's lily. I mean, yeah, they're probably like some, like not, they're definitely not alive. Whatever they are, but why are they mourning on some of these tombstone as if like they care about it? That's like a good question here. Like this guy. Okay, this guy's not really mourning, but you know what I mean. Oh, fuck off. Okay. This guy's it's a lot of problem to deal with. See, this guy as well. Like he's sitting in front of a tombstone. So there's definitely something about that one. There's definitely something with that. Bless RNG. Oh, big boys. Let's not alert them, because I'm probably gonna die. Okay, this guy's mourning as well. Look at... Yeah, all of them are mourning over a tombstone. There's definitely something about that. Shit. Cannot skip this, guys. Looks like I gotta fight them. Kinda missed that critical hit ring in Dark Souls 3 and 1. What do you mean by that? Oh, I can skip this, guys. And that guy too. Alright. Never mind. Wait, what? Oh, shit. You do not see me. I do not see you. We do not see each other. Bye-bye. Oh, fuck off. Stop. Look away. There we go. The name is Snake. Solid Snake. The one you have additional animation when you backstab and repost? I mean, you can do that as well, right? In this game. Oh shit, this area is different. Okay, where is the grace? Excuse me? If I die here, it's gonna be a long way back to walk to. Oh, the one that gives you the extra animation. I feel like that's not a thing in this game because it got replaced with the variety of Ashes of War of each weapon. That ought to be the case. Brew. The grace is non-existent in this area. Let me see. I don't think it's there. Then we gotta go back. Wow. I just need to sprint. I just need to sprint there, of course. Of course. Gotcha. Ooh-wee. Okay, you know what? This is not that far. It's kind of fair. But I don't think I can obtain the fucking thing. Huh? Where is it? Oh, it's up there. Fuck, I knew it. Okay. I got an idea. Okay. There we go. Easy. Alright, saved. We're good. Now the question is, how are we gonna proceed to the next area? We can explore this part of the area first and then go to the elevator, or we go to the elevator first, get another grace, and then go back up here and then go there. I'm assuming there's not much of a worth it item over there in the first place, so I don't know if I even want to try to go there. But, you know, fuck, you never know until you try it. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So many choices. Damn, all three of them. What's up, guys? Oh no! Oh shit, I'm dead. Ooh. Alright, we're good. What are you guys? Huh? Oh, okay, nice range. What do you guys got here, eh? What does that do? Enormously boosts physical damage negation. Oh shit. Physical damage, huh? Enormously. Wait, does that mean that it only affected the shield? If that's the case, then I don't know if I want it. I gotta be honest. I think it only affected the shield. Got a feeling. Alright, let's go to the elevator. Skirt! Wait. Okay, there is a grease. I just realized I haven't taken the fucking thing. The 65k up there. It's still there. Fuck. I just skipped it. Oh my god. I'm so dumb. Alright, at least we already got the fucking thing. We're good, we're good. Oh boy. Hold up. Get a drink water. Hydrate, chat. Drink a lot of water. Alright. What is the message anyway? Boss ahead? Well, every area have a boss ahead. What's the boss gonna be in this area? I mean, I guess Michaela. Holy fucking stutter, what the fuck was that? I think I just got jig stutters. Okay, that was weird. Hold up. Because I've been in this place for a while now. And I just got random stutters. What the hell was that? Alright, let me have my task manager open. That was weird. Memory, CPU stable. I'm assuming it's gonna be the CPU. Now that I mention it. Jake, are you still there? Jiggy. Is AFK. My GPU do push it to the limit though, not gonna lie. We need help with? No, I was actually about to ask, what CPU does he have? Because I just got that really weird stutters that was not supposed to happen anymore. Oh, see? See that just now? I've been in this place for at least an hour now. Back to back. Why is this still stuttering like that? That was weird. Nothing spikes though. CPU is fine, memory is fine, disk is fine, GPU is fine. I guess it's just a game. That was so random though. Huh. Do you get those random stutters as well, Gara? You, like, even though you've been there, you've been in this place for a while, it still do the annoying stutters that you feel like you're not supposed. Hello? Traveler close. Yeah? Oh my god, yeah. It happened again. It's like Melania's like skill in the cutscene. Born by a young woman who set off into the world to confront their fate. Huh? Well, that's a very vague description. Why do I look like Melina? Oh boy, the stutters. What the shit? Am I gonna restart this? The description also kind of vaguely tease about Melina. A young woman traverse the place to find her fate. Interesting. That is Melina's armor? Can confirm that? Why is it here? Is Melania's sister? Actually, don't answer that if you already beat the game. Probably a spoiler. Huh. Okay. Plot thickens. Monarch. Okay, boss fight. Time for Scarlet Rod. Why people die here? What the fuck? Was there fucking... Huh? Okay. Oh, invaders, of course. Dude, it kinda sucks in this game. You cannot get invaded if you're solo. Not gonna lie. Not a big fan of that change. Don't think? Okay. Oh my god, why is this so fast? I'm scared. Holy shit. Oh, you cuck. Oh, come on, man. It's a shortcut for what? Why do we want to go back up here? Huh? That's weird. Actually, hold up. There's nothing there. Yeah, I'm not sure why do we need that elevator or lift. And why is Melina's armors here? So many questions. Guess we'll find out later. Just right. Yup. Sorry. Dude, I pressed heal instead of open door and I barely survived before I even realized. Good job. Proud of you. Alright, let's do this. Who's the boss though? I mean, Michaela's, right? I just realized this is Michaela's place. No, redhead. Oh. Huh? Oh, fuck no. Wait, what? Why are we fighting Melania?
I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return.
Ooh. Oh, she is such a...
Heed my words.
Cool character, holy fuck.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Oh. Blade of Mikola. That explains.
And I have never known defeat.
Die away!
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
I haven't put my controller was on the table. I just picked it up. Okay. Fair enough. Good introduction. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome. That's a clip. Fuck. Alright. We're 6 hours in. Wait, how many can... Assuming my controller's almost died. Battery. Interesting. God, her cutscene is so fucking cool though. Melania, Blade of Mikola. Okay, she can trip 3 hit dead. That's not good at all. Okay, she slows a lot. Not a good poise. She got a lot of poise. Wait, I thought I damaged her. Motherfucker have life steal? Bitch! Alright. I gotta use my shield in this one. Wait, does she still life steal on shield? Do it again. Oh my god, she do. Okay, even my shield's not helping. Alright, let's try to parry. Nope. Not parryable? Question mark? Attack me. Alright, that's not what I meant.
I am Melania, Blade of Nicola.
She heals too when she hits her blade. That's kinda doesn't make sense. I don't think that's how lifesteal works, but sure. Like, you know, lifesteal, you gotta hit the flesh. I am Melania. Sussy. The way the character moves definitely looks like she can be parried. I guess we'll see. How many points do I have? Not that attack. Too soon. Oh,
I am Melania, Blade of Nicola.
Yeah. I am Melania. I'm gonna learn to parry her, because I feel like it's gonna benefits a lot, considering she got a lifesteal. Oh! Oh! Okay. Ah, fuck. Oh, never mind. Fitta helvete! Okay, that's a grab.
I am Melania, Blade of Nicola.
Alright. Easy to parry. I just need to learn all her moveset now. Learn all the movesets. Get to know how she act. And then choose which attack to parry. The repos on this game sucks ass. Better attack her when you stagger. Most of the time, yeah. True. But reposting feels so good. Shit, different moveset, really? What? 1 hour delay, lady? Okay, you know what? You think you're the only one that have lifesteal? Yeah, catch my drift.
I am Melania.
Okay.
Blade of Nicola.
I am Melania. You have a dagger talisman? Do I? I don't think so. Yeah. Sorry. Why did I equip this when racist faith? I didn't even use faith. Hello? Jesus, no wonder I don't deal a lot of damage. God damn it. Guard, charge, attack, jump attack. No, I don't have it. Use the shield one? For what? You became so tanky? Alright. Oh, you mean this? Enormous boost physical damage negation? What do you mean by tanky? The health? I didn't use it because I didn't know. Is it my shield or just me? So if I don't even use a shield, if I get hit normally, it affect that? Holy shit. God damn it. Okay, when she jump attack like that, you cannot parry her. What the fuck? I'm so fucking tanky now. Bitch! Okay. No, you cannot parry that.
I am Melania.
Okay, I survived her full combo though. So that's good. Yeah, okay, that's actually good. This is gonna give me more time to learn her moveset. All the dash attack looks like it's not parryable. I might just missed it, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. Okay, jumping attack is not a good idea. She's not gonna get staggered every time. Yeah. Maybe parrying's not a good idea. No! Okay, I need to stop doing jumping attack. I always do it. No!
Blade of
okay.
Nicola.
Jumping attack, still doable, but I gotta double hand it. Okay, I got two options here. I either want to go through parry, or I either want to go through dual hand. Let's try to do dual hand. The usual shit. No, she staggered me so fucking fast. Fuck. That was it, actually. Oh no, did I find a cheese? Oh. Shit, I used the wrong one. Hello, ma'am. There we go. Oh, that's okay.
Blade of Nicola.
Okay, I got an idea. The moment she do the, I don't know how many combos that, like 5 or 6. The moment she's trying to do that, that's where you parry. Because it's impossible to dodge. At least dodge backward. I don't know if we can like dodge behind her to avoid that. But I feel like that's when the moment you want to parry her. Alright, got it. A little bit cheesy. That's okay.
I am Melania.
Okay.
Blade of Nicola.
You might want to dodge left instead of backside. Her sword is too far reaching. Okay. I used that attack to kill her too. She still fucks you. We're getting somewhere though. Ah, fuck. No! Okay. I gotta learn to do a quick switch here. Okay. No! Wrong animation! Fuck. Alright, we're learning, we're learning. Oops. No, that's the fucking crab!
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Holy shit. Her movement is so fucking smooth. It's hard to read it. Dude, no, why she can fucking fight Radon. Every time she hits him, she heals. That's the only reason she wants against Radon. I see. So that's why in the cutscene she cut herself as well. Just to be able to hit Radon. Ay, fitta helvete! That is the one that you want to dodge. I mean, we want to parry.
Blade of Mikola.
Okay. So make sure we give Radon Scarlet Rod. Yeah, basically. Because, well, technically speaking, Radon is definitely the strongest one. Like, period. I don't think anyone that we fought so far is able to kill Radon. Like, dude, we need the whole fucking crew to kill Radon. But Melania is a fucking psychopath. She can lifesteal and give Scarlet Rod at the same time. That's fucking fucked. That's really hard to read. Okay. Reset. I don't think the kick is parryable.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Why did she fight Radon anyway? Good question. Clearly they're on the opposing side of nature or whatever group. Melania is with Michaela. Yeah, Melania is just very weird. There's something completely wrong with her for sure. Small shield should be able to parry bigger, right? I don't know if that's the case in this game. Man, I parried that perfectly. Still don't have an opening for her. What? I rolled though. I think I'm doing this wrong. I don't think you wanna do this normally. She is very slow though. She likes to give you some room. Let me try something. Okay. Oh! Okay. Ranged attack aggroed her. She immediately aggro. Boom. Boom. Okay. No, too soon. Can you not parry that? My parry went through. Attack me. Missed it again. Okay, you do not want to parry that. Oh my god. I almost got cat in half. What the fuck? It seems like I'm always late for the parry. Shit.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
It's kind of hard to guess which attack that can be parried and which not. So, for the next couple minutes, I'm gonna try to parry every single attack. So, VOD viewers, skip 2 hours ahead. Huh? Jellyfish shield? What the fuck? When did I get this? Does the melee, does the parry increases if you use a small shield compared to the medium shield in this game? Because Dark Souls 1 does that. The parry room is bigger. You gotta do it 3 times? Well, the problem is that I can only parry one of her attacks so far. Oh shit, too early. Too early again.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
She have a big wind up for most of her attack, except that one attack. Boom, boom, type of thing. What sucks about this guy, this kind of boss fight, is that my weapon is a very short in DPS. I can only parry one of her attacks so far. Shit! Oh fuck. Nope. That one's a little bit too early. Too late. Okay. That one's gonna be instant. No wind-ups. Instant. Bam. Okay. I don't think you want to parry that one. I don't think you want to parry that one. I'm not sure if that's possible. Do you have a buckler? What the fuck is a buckler? I have this. Where do you get the buckler? Does that increase the parry window in this game? I just need that actually. Because if I do my usual build, it's gonna be a pretty fight. Let's try it. Oh fuck. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do this. It's kind of lame. Oh! But it's doable. She doesn't fight back. Oh no. Oh fuck, I'm dead. Yup!
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Okay, so once you do that, you either want to find the parry window or you want to run as far as possible. You want to run the first round of the attacks, and then you want to dodge the second one. Because once you do that, I see that she doesn't follow you. Once she landed, she's gonna go straight. So dodge the first one and then run from the second one, kind of thing. Bra. Bra. Huh? Bra. Oh no. Bra. Ah! 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 Okay, I need to stop dodging behind. I need to start dodging in front. There we go. That works a lot better. Bra. Bra. No! Okay. I keep forgetting.
Blade of Mikola.
I kind of don't want to do the fucking bloody. But I feel like it's the only way with this weapon. Such a cool attack, I know. Dude, she's such a cool boss so far. Probably my favorite presentation. It's like not your usual boss that you wanna roll around with. It's like a very strong PvP build. Oh shit. Come on, do your fucking shit. Okay, man. Oh fuck, I'm dead! No! Ah!
Blade of Mikola.
I was not ready. I was in the middle of fucking bloody slash. She already jumped. God damn it. I got you baited. I was sarcastic, the attack is bullshit. It's kind of a... How do you say it? It's one of the things that makes you, like... You know, because no other bosses do this. So, it feels nice to find something new, not gonna lie. It's like a new puzzle to figure out. Okay, I wonder if you can backstab her now. So many questions. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, never mind. Wham! Ah, fuck. I rolled too fast. Dodges away instead of behind her. No, I was trying to backstab her. That's why. Considering she's just a normal human form, you might be able to do it, right? Yeah. Oh my god, I was not wearing my fucking shield. Oh my god. I forgot she's still lifesteal through shield. Okay. Well, that just ruined my plan.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
I feel like if you're trying to parry her, I don't know. I feel like the game does not want you to do it so far. based off her fast combos, the games don't really want you to parry her, at least from what I pick up. But we'll try again. Take me again, woman. Okay, are you gonna do the same fucking combo? No! She actually doing the same fucking combo. You fucking bitch. Wham! Okay, I was in the middle of drinking. Ow. Backstep! Okay, maybe not. Okay. If you learn the timing, you might be able to dodge everything. No, too soon! Ooh! She almost kissed me. People shy. Okay, okay. I got an idea. Ooh, I don't know if it's gonna work though. Okay. Let's try it out. Probably after this. It's probably not gonna work now. But I might have some idea. Okay. Interesting. Okay, okay. Oh no! Please spare me, ma'am. Okay. Her poise is very light. She's definitely a lightweight. So I can abuse that. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Where's my charge attack? Oh, Melania, you're not gonna ready for this. Oh, fuck. Too soon. Ooh. Ah, that was a window. Okay. Really? Okay. When she fly like that, that is not a good idea to.
I am Malenia, Blade of Mikola.
There is some animation where she won't be able to be cancelled. But most of the time you can actually cancel her animation. Because her poise is not that high actually. I gotta find that window. Alright. Let's make her to 50%. I'm down. What level are you? 119. Yup. Sorry. Ooh. Yeah. No! Okay. I just need her. Oh, fuck, that was so close. Okay. Okay. This might work. This might work. I just need to do it faster. Okay, okay, okay. This is gonna be so hilarious if it actually works. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's gonna be so fucking dumb. Oh man. Fight me! Dodge. Okay. Wham. Wham. Okay. You cannot cancel the kick. You cannot cancel the kick and the wave one. No!
Blade of Mikola.
And you don't want to spam roll on her. Not gonna lie though, this boss feels very fresh. We finally got some boss that actually have a very different moveset that I cannot really abuse anymore.
I am Malenia, Blade of Mikola.
Blade of Mikola. I wonder what's her story though. How she become the Scarlet Rot Queen. Or why is she the Blade of Mikola? Is Mikola a boss in this game? Actually, I don't answer that. That's a spoiler. I'll find out after this fight. I am Malenia. Use the sussy. One, two, that is not be cancelled. Okay. I'm not sure where to dodge on that one. Actually, maybe you want to run instead of dodge. Okay. I see. You do want to run instead of dodge. Yeah, if you dodge, you're gonna get hit by this third attack. Yep. Okay. Okay. Nice. Okay, we figured that one out. Now, how to dodge the fucking whirling attack is gonna be an interesting one. No, too fucking late.
Blade of Mikola.
I am Malenia. Alright, let's start to damage her. Until she do the fucking whirling shit. That one I still have no idea how to dodge that. But we'll figure it out. No! Oh, I thought she was gonna do a fucking kick. What was she doing? Shit, I didn't fucking remember. Fuck. Okay. Guess I gotta do it again. The wind up for the stabbing attack is the second longest after the whirling one. It's probably the easiest one to read coming in, considering you only gotta dodge sideways. The whirling one though. Do the kick? No. Okay. When she do the 3 slash, you do want to roll, but when she do the kick, you want to run. That's gotta be the tricky part to figure out. Sideways! Ah! Okay, nice. Cool. Alright, cool. Dodge. Run. Sideways. No, wrong animation. Fuck! Bam. Oh god, I gotta heal. Okay. Alright, we're learning. Oh, come on! Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm dead. What?
I am Melania. Blade of
Oh, I see what you mean, Raku. Okay. There's you see that room in between the second and the third one? Where I didn't get hit for like 2 slashes? I see. Okay. I was like, I don't understand what you mean by dodge. That like don't dodge behind her. But instead dodge back. Okay, I see what you mean now. How do you do that though? How do you get in between? That's the problem. Ooh. Ah, shit. Wrong shit. Okay. No, wrong one. Shit. Yeah, what? Oh. Never mind. Oh yeah, I can use the greed rune. That's right. Okay, this one you want to run? No! Shit. I almost fully dodged that. Did it stab? No. Okay. It's kind of tricky to read. Slam. Hold. No! Oh my god, I thought she's gonna do the other one. I thought she's gonna do the fucking, you know, the not the fucking whirling one. The whirling is so random. I thought that's a... I thought she only do that if you're like a little bit further from her, not very close. Come on. Fuck. Alright, reset. Alright. This one the
Blade of Mikola.
Every time she do her kick, that was so confusing. I don't know which one she's gonna do. Wait. That was not worth it. That was not worth it at all. I thought that would be worth it. She just replenished some HP from that. No, not that one. No, fuck. Keep misreading it. Ah, the kick again. The kick is so tricky to read. Oh, not again. Blah, blah. There it is. So the kick usually followed up with either a 3-slash or the backstab. Or the stab, I mean, sorry. One more? Okay. Back. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Again. Alright, cool. Clean! Alright, I got it now. Now we just gotta execute all of that perfectly. And it should be fine. Oh shit, not the kick again. Dude, stop doing the kick! So annoying to read. Oh no. You really gotta do that, huh? Okay. Fair enough. Are you serious? 2 times in a row? Bro. Fuck. Oh no. Okay. Oh my god, this is so fucking thrilling. It's kind of fun. Come here! Oh, not the kick. Okay. 2 dash. No! Oh my god. Okay, she never do that before.
Blade of Mikola.
Alright, alright, alright. Oh shit. What the fuck? Why is this so fun? Holy shit, it's so fucking thrilling, man. It's like playing a horror game. Again, again. Ah, too early. Wrong dodge. Alright, cool. Oh my god, my nose. No. Dude, stop doing that one! Oh my god! The kick. Shit.
I am Melania,
I got greedy.
Blade of Mikola.
It's either the kick and the white slash. Still, I don't know how to dodge that one. The kick is very... She only do that if you either do a heavy attack or the bloody slash, I notice. It's almost like they detect which attack you're gonna do. Kind of thing. On this one. I'm not sure if that's just a coincidence or not, but I feel like that's the case. Alright, back off. Don't greedy. Bam. Back off. Oh, perfect. Let's go. No. She actually got me. Ma'am, please stop doing the fucking kicks. Alright, there we go. I'm so fucking scared with the kicks, man. And the slash. So hard to dodge that one. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. No! Brah! Brah! No, fuck. I got baited. Ah, dude. That was such a bait. What the fuck? I thought she was gonna do the other one. Most of her moveset looks so similar. I thought she was gonna do the backstep, and then I realized she's flying. Oh man. How do you differentiate those? Because she only have one hand attack. It's really hard to read. Bait it again. Back off. Actually, I might as well heal here. Alright. No, bait it again. Fuck my life. Shit. I got greedy, man. What? Back off. Alright. She's gonna do the... Yep. Okay. That's one way to do it. Still, the last one's... Cannot dodge that. Back off. Too close. Again. Back off again. Slash. Back off. Off. Huh? Okay. Okay, let's not being too greedy here. I got a feeling she's gonna do it again. Her fucking moveset's so random. So scary to figure out. I don't know when she's gonna do it again. Okay. Are you gonna do it again? Oh, she's doing it! No! Ah! No, dude! Oh my god! Bro! I am not supposed to survive that. That was illegal move. No fucking way. I should have died there. Holy shit. That was so fucking illegal. Oh my fucking god. Yo, this is so fun. What the fuck? Alright. No! Okay, I keep wasting my shit. No! Fuck. Too far. Ah, shit, I keep misreading that one! Alright, we can beat her. The kick. Fucking kick. It's always the fucking kick. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. No!
Blade of Mikola.
Yeah. I still don't know when is she gonna do that. Because the moment she gonna do that, you want to run as far as possible to dodge the first slashes. The first two slash. How do you get away from that? Run. Run. You will be able to dodge fully the 2 round. So she's gotta do 3 rounds of slashes. The first 2 is gonna be almost back to back. Bam, bam, and then wait, and then bam. And then there's like a ending slash, just once, but I feel like that's gonna deal the most damage. I haven't got hit by that yet. I have no idea. Ah, you gotta run from that as well, instead of dodge. Run, not dodge. God damn it! 3 times? Really? No! 4 times now. This bitch. Five times! Okay, she's just spamming it. At this point. That's 5 times in a row. Alright, alright. I hate it when they do that. When they do like the same exact move over and over. It's like I lose to a rock, paper, scissors 5 times in a row type of thing. So, most of her attack you can just dodge. It's pretty slow. Only the flurries one that you need to run away from because your dodge animation is not long enough to... Ah, fuck off. Reset. Nah, I should get hit by that. So all of that attack, like the normal slash, is very easy to dodge. But when she gonna do like the flurry one, I guess you can say it's flurry. I don't know how to call it. When she do the kind of thing, you want to run. It makes more sense, basically. Dude, I'm kind of hungry. Shit. Oh my god, no wonder. Oh shit, we've been streaming for 7 hours. 3 a.m. chat. The game crashed. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, listen. I still want to learn her moveset, not gonna lie. It's already 3 a.m. though. I feel like it's a little bit too late. Let's do a couple more. You know what? Since I haven't done this for a bit. Chat, does Elden Ring crashes here and there as well for you guys? Have you guys got any crashes yet? So far? It's not like it happens pretty often. No, I don't think so, but it happens here and there, at least for me. Like in one stream, at least once or twice max. I got a feeling it's probably because I'm streaming as well. So like I'm really pushing this fucking GTX 1060 to the limit. Like 3 max crashes in 103 hours. Yeah. Alright, let's do like a little bit more. Maybe 1 more hour. Because I'm getting a bit hungry. Oh shit, fuck. I'm addicted though. I kind of want to keep going to learn her moveset. Do you even sleep? Yeah, I mean, it's weekend. That's why. It's weekend, man. Hey. Oh. You know, I want to try something. Because here's the thing, right? When you fight Melania, getting hit, even just the smallest attack, is gonna heal her. So you want to maximize dodging her, right? Like, it doesn't matter how good your armor is. So You feel me? I think you guys feel me right now. Oh wait, that actually doesn't have any load. The fuck? I didn't know that. Okay. So, hold up. I guess guard counter also a good idea, but I don't think so. Okay, let's try this. I want to see. This is basically gonna make dodging her a little bit easier. Ah, too late. Already a mistake there. Nice. No! Man. We're wasting my mana, dude. Ah, fucking A. Fuck. So it was too late the moment you do it. I got baited again. God damn it. But now we know though. Basically all of her moveset. All I gotta do is just get to know when she gotta do it. I guess I can try to do it after a bait. Let's see. No!
I am Melania.
I thought she's gonna stab. Alright. Let's go back to the parry build. I feel like if we're gonna commit to this, we're gonna do a parry. Might as well. Oh. Really? You gotta do it twice? God damn, okay. Come on, hit me. Okay. No! That was so embarrassing. Ah, shit.
Blade of Nicola.
I'm trying to bait her out. Sometimes she just doesn't want to attack at all. I am a Melania. Alright, hold up. Since her music's kinda very shallow instead of epic, we can do a little bit of our own music. A second. All right. Welcome to the Champions Club. Oh, come on. You would not do that. Can you parry her kick?
I am Melania. Blade of Nicola.
I don't think so. Nope. I don't think you're supposed to anyway. Ay, fita. You never do that. Oh, whoa, you gotta do it again?
Melania. Blade of Nicola.
Oh. She never do that before. Do I have to roll a little bit further? Huh. Okay. Come here. Oh, yeah. What? Really? Oh man. Okay, this blade sucks in range. Come on. Fuck. Come on. What? How is that not hit? Okay, that's like, okay. I don't think that's supposed to miss. Come on. Why he naked? Why not? Brr. Oh no, I should have healed. Okay. Too late. Dude, she deals way too much damage. Bro, too late. Alright. Let me heal. No, not that move.
Blade of Mikola.
Naked means easier to roll. Hold up, music's a bit too loud. All right, we gotta make some progress though. No, I misclicked. Fuck me. Reset. Whoa, that's so fast. Holy shit. How am I alive? Fuck. Bro, can you not do the kick? That's the only attack that I cannot parry. I think. Wow. What are the chances? Okay, that's embarrassing. Yikes. No. Oh, come on.
Blade of Mikola.
I'm always responding late. Oh, God. It's already 3 AM though. Getting a little bit tired. Alright, 30 minutes left for this. Because I know I'm just tired. We can continue this tomorrow. Oh fuck, I got you baited again! Are you kidding me? You got this? Hell yeah. Not today though. Oh, you fuckhead. Today I'm just enjoying her moveset right now. Dude, sometimes it's clear that you already parried it. Unless I'm just a little bit too late. What is this song? Oh my god. Dude, the kick, man. I don't know if you can parry the kick or not. I never successfully parried it. Can you parry the fucking kick? I don't know, man. Shit. Okay, what is this song? I gotta try though. Run. Boom. Boom. No. That was so easy to dodge. Or did I get baited for that? Fuck. Boom. Boom. What? Are you what is going on with her? She's not doing the usual thing. Okay, this is getting weird. Huh? I'm scared now. She's changing her pattern. Where's the... Oh shit! God damn it. I got caught off. Okay, of course. Are you gonna do it again? No, I don't think so. Now you do it, you fucking bitch!
Blade of Mikola.
Dude, I cannot read her! What the fuck was that? I was waiting for that attack this whole time. Hold up, hold up. Wrong button, sorry. Big mistake. Go man. No. Oh my god. Wait. Huh? Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. Chodo made. The fuck was that?
I am
Fuck.
Blade of
You can cancel her winding attack? But only with a heavy attack. Oh my god. Okay, what? I don't get it. Why is she so inconsistent? Can I cancel her or not? Shit. Now I want to go back to the Bloody Slash. If that's the case. Earlier you cannot cancel it. Ani. No!
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
So random! Alright, let's go back to Bloody Slash then. Because I feel like you can actually cancel it. Earlier I cannot cancel her at all. Now I'm just confused. What cancel? Is it random? Alright, we'll do this strat then. Ah, too late. That's okay. No, I got baited! Fuck! Alright, we're good. Jesus, man. Okay, you can cancel it. I'm just confused now. Ora! No! Wrong dodge. Brr, brr, brr. Brr, brr, brr. Okay. I forgot it, because she hasn't done that for a while. Alright, we'll stick with the Bloody Slash. That's the one that works. Because you can cancel it. I think. I think so. Bruh. Even the Grat? Okay, that's just... Huh. That's interesting. No, fuck. Okay, this works so far. Oh! That was worth it. That was worth it. No way! How did that hit me? How old is this game engine? Grass poppin' is off painful? Really? I never realized the grass poppin'. I'm dead.
I am Blade of Mikola.
Okay, I shouldn't do double every time. Other than that, we're good. I guess it's just an Xbox thing then, Saints. Because I don't realize the grass popping in this one. At least for me, I don't know about the others. Ooh. Okay, you cannot cancel the kick. Worth it. No! Okay. Lucky. Holy shit. That should have killed me. What? I dodged that! Bro!
I am Melania.
Okay, man.
Blade of Mikola.
I think I dodged a little bit too late. In that red area that you called hell? Oh, that's not a starting zone, dude. What the fuck? There's a that is not a starting zone. If I'm being honest with you. Fuck. Ooh, got a heal. Ooh, ooh. Hmm. Ooh, ooh. No! Oh! Okay, now I'm just confused. I can cancel most of her attacks. The VOD? Maybe I should try to cancel most of her attacks more. Instead of pushing up. Ooh. Alright, let's go! We got this. Now I just need to consistently do that. Oh my god, feels so good. No! Alright. We got this. Focus, focus. Ooh. Alright, do it again. She's not doing it anymore. No! Are you... Wow, she's doing it twice. Damn, you're cheeky. You're supposed to do it only once. Ooh. Fuck, I got baited. Oh, you...
Blade.
God damn it. Okay. What the fuck? Oh, that felt so nice to figure it out. What the shit? Oh, I miss this feeling, dude. What was the last time I got this? Nameless King, I guess? Oh, so satisfying. Ooh. Huh? Okay, this is getting cheeky. Are you gonna do it or not? I didn't even want to do it. Oh, that was close. Yep. No! I missed it!
I am Melania,
Okay.
Blade of Mikola.
We got it though, we got it. Oh shit! Oh man, that felt so nice. The fuck? Wait, not this song. Ah, Shibal. That was a mistake. There we go. Wow! God damn it! Keep getting baited. Are you getting smarter? Okay. I'm not getting baited anymore. From now on. You can try your best, bitch! Fuck! Okay. Fair enough. Shit. Okay, that doesn't cancel it. How long are you playing stream more? I'm not sure. Why? You wanna do something? Ooh, too close! Hey. Because right now, I really just want to figure out this boss. No! Ah! Oh, fuck. Ah, too early. Too early. Still got it though. Fuck. Would raid you at some point and got paid 300. Hell yeah, man. Ballin'. Come on, do it again. Ah, you cuck. Not now.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Actually got you baited. Wow. Actually got you baited. Well, sorry. Ooh. Got too eager. Ooh. Come on, do something. 1, 2. What? No.
I am Melania.
Too
Blade
early.
of Mikola.
Shit. Come on. I am Mikila. Ooh, the song though. No, get your. Oh, never mind. Okay, she's not debating me anymore. Might be doable. A little bit strange though. Ah, fuck. Okay, cancelled again. Hey? Whoa, fuck. I missed the dodge. Kinda unlucky. Eh, nani? Oh. Are you? That's so cheeky, bro. Ah!
I am
fuck.
Blade of Mikola.
I got too late. I responded too late. It was there though. Okay, I should probably stop screaming at this hour. Probably not a good idea. Just realized. Ah, debated.
I am
Redo. I had debated.
Blade of Mikola.
I have to hear her name one more time. You'll get used to it. Unless you want to hear me start doing parry. I need to find the small shield though. Jix, you still there? Ooh. What?
I am Melania.
Okay, come on. That's not fair.
Blade of Mikola.
I attacked first, man. That's just not fair. That's just not fair, innit? Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, I didn't click fast enough. Oh, I love this song. Oh, come on. Okay, I should probably not use that. That was not a good idea.
Blade of Mikola.
Okay, maybe that's not a good idea. Never mind. I tried, okay? I tried. That's not a good idea. Hold up. I think I can disable the thingy thing though. Let's see if it works. Oh yeah, it works. Okay, it works, it works. So I feel like if I just gonna end the stream here, I'm probably just gonna keep going just to do this. I'm getting addicted. Let me try something. Okay, come on. I clearly hit that. God damn it! That was cheeky. That was really cheeky. Okay, you cannot cancel the kick? That's so cheeky. Come on, bruh. Oh, fuck, I'm so done. Let me hit you. Okay, I'm done. This is getting embarrassing, ma'am. Oh my god. She keeps not wanting to be parried. Ah, too late. Are you? Okay, fair enough. She doesn't want me to do it. God damn. Seems like I really do need the Jig's shield to do it. If I really want to do it. Hold up. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Ooh. Okay, that looks badass. No! Dude, the amount of time my fucking heavy attack jump does not hit. Oh my god! What is it not letting me do it? So dumb. Ooh. Alright. Might work. No! I did not realize that. My bad. Ooh. That was scary. Alright, are you gonna do it or not? Ooh. Okay, never mind. I get debated again. Will you ever stop not debating me, ma'am? There we go. That's more like it. Okay! No. She actually done debating me. This bitch! Okay, we gotta change the song. I think I know what we're gonna do. That's right. No! Are you gonna let me heal or not? Oh my god, she does not want me to heal. Alright, fair. Fair play, fair play. No! How did I dodge? Not dodge that. Wow! Oh, okay. Fair enough. No! Misclick! God damn it. That was a perfect run. Fuck. No! Okay. I deserve that. me try this. Oh, what? That's a backward attack, ma'am. That was not supposed to work. Oh, I think she was about to do a grab animation there. That was scary. Oh my god. I'm dead. Well, that was out of nowhere. Dude. Come on, do the thing, do the thing. No, I did the wrong move. What? Okay, that never happened before. I'll take it. Oh my god. She was changing it up. Oh man, it's already 4. Fuck. Shit, I want to keep going. A little bit more, a little bit more. Let's do 20 more minutes. I wonder what would happen if I summon. I forgot I can summon this game. Bruh. Oh, come on. That's so cheeky. Dude. Let me... Oh my god. No! I cannot cancel her anymore. Dude, I completely forgot you can summon. Let's try that. All I gotta do is just keep canceling her. So she cannot do the full combo thingy. Double bloody slash. I don't think you can backstab her. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Yeah, summoning is probably not a good idea in this one. Run? Yep, run. Ah! Summon, you fucking cunt! He just let me get fucking killed. Oh, damn. I don't think Dex build is screwed. Because technically you can still do the staggering effect. It's just that you gotta dodge more. That's the only difference. Like that one. Oh! Wait, what? Okay. I've never done that before. Strength and stagger easier? Yeah, for sure. But the only downside is that for the strength downside, what the fuck is that? Oh my god, I thought I got invaded. What the fuck, that's so scary. Yeah, summon is not that good either. No, you dumbass. She gonna do it? He's gonna do it on you, you bitch! Oh no, dude. Summon. Ah! Summon's not a good idea. Shit. Oh, damn. What? She actually didn't dodge that. Ah, fuck. Oh! Oh, come on. Like, sometimes you can stagger her, sometimes you don't. It's a little bit ambiguous when the poise start not getting staggered. Okay, probably summoning the summon is not a good idea. It makes the fight a little bit harder. It's just that I have to body block a little bit more. Let's try though. It's kinda dumb. I'm done. Summon! You cucklord! Motherfucker's so inconsistent. Script. Oh wow, nice range. No! Oh shit. I'm dead. Wow, okay. No! Stop dodging me! This is not working, man. This dumbass. No! Wait, why am I still alive? What the fuck? Hey? Ah, ow. Whoa! How did that hit me? Oh! Ah, shit. I didn't notice that was it. This is so dumb. I don't think I should do this. Because it's just gonna help her. Let's try it one more time. I feel like if we can keep dealing blood loss, it might be working. Yeah. Sorry. Ooh. What the fuck? Ooh. I should probably do that. No! Holy shit. That might be the only time the Mimic actually saved me. I don't think you can cancel her on this one. I'm not sure. Oh my god. I almost made a really bad move there. Oh my god. No! Dumbass! Oh my god. Okay, what is he doing? Dude, this Mimic's so dumb. God damn it. There we go. Wait! She got... Oh my god, wait, I didn't... Oh, okay, she got second phase, of course. Ah, shit, I disabled the song. Well, that's kind of awkward. Gotta be a little bit complete silent on this one. My fucking mask. Chotto mate. Oh, they didn't show how did that one spawn? Come on. Damn, look at that. So pretty. Whoa. Oh, booba. What the fuck? witness true horror. No, I don't think so. Shit. Now rot. Jesus Christ. Okay, now she looks creepy as fuck. Wow, what the fuck? Scarlet Rot! Okay, now I have to survive with Scarlet Rot as well? Oh, that's gonna be weird. Oh, that's gonna be awkward. Okay, hold up. Let me turn back the audio. I mean, I do have the fucking imbue thingy, so I can give that a try. Ooh. Bro, stop healing yourself. You're not even fucking damaged, motherfucker. Why is he healing? This fucking mimic, man. Oh no, he's dead. Dude, the fucking summon's so random. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god.
I am Melania. Blade.
Dude, the summon is so dumb. I don't know if it's advantage or not if I summon him. God damn it. Man. Why are you this dumb? Why is he healing on full HP? What the fuck? Holy fuck. Oh yeah, I can do that. True. Dude, it's so fucking dumb. Holy shit. Going crazy if we fucking do it one more time. Oh shit, that's bad. You dumb! Hit the fucking lady! Oh. Oh my fucking god. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. She didn't even fucking... Oh my god, this is so dumb, dude. I love it. Ah, we're dead. No, you dumb nuts! Donuts! You fucking
Blade.
Did he just fucking watch while throwing a fucking dagger? I mean, kukri. Oh my god. I don't know if this guy is making this boss fight easier or harder for me. Holy fuck. This is dumb as fuck. I love it. It's actually entertaining. Alright, now, okay, look at him. What the fuck is he doing? Oh no! Yo, bro. Attack! Okay, thank you. Jesus, man. Oh, we're dead. Oh, she switched! She switched! She switched target mid fucking attack. Ah, shit. Okay. Oh no, he's gonna die. Thank you. Okay, dumbass. Help me! You.
Blade of Mikola.
Okay, I cannot let the mimic get fucked alone. That sounded weird. Maybe I should not. Okay. What? You know, I gotta sleep. Alright, dude. You know, man. Thanks for stopping by. I should stop though. I'm gonna peace out in a bit as well. Ooh. Oh my god, Jesus. Huh? Oh shit. Hell yeah. Ooh. No, I did not mean to do that. Ah, fuck it. Whatever. Are you? Oh. Bro, what the fuck was that? Come on, just die. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I want to see this again with the music. What is he getting distracted by? I don't get it. There's nothing to look at there. Huh?
Wait.
Damn, the rumble. There's a statue resemble a person?
The scarlet bloom flowers
Where?
once more. You will witness true horror.
Horror. How are you still awake, by the way, Yua? What's up?
Now, rot.
Rot. Literally. Alright. Oh. Bam. Motherfucker died? Alright, you know what? Fair. It's my turn here. Whoa! Okay.
Let your
No!
flesh be consumed
I wanna heal.
by the scarlet rot.
Okay, that move is the same though. So all we gotta do is just like dodge that the same way. It's just, he just died. The same fucking spot. His dumbass. Sleepy. Go to sleep, mate. Sorry. Wow. Best timing. Thank you. Oh, just out of range. Are you kidding me? Oh, come on. Whoa, she actually dodged that. That's actually OP. Okay, she keeps dodging my attack. Yo, no! I predicted wrong. Shit. That almost killed me. Yeah, I don't think having the mimic makes this easier. I think this makes it harder, if anything. Oh my god. No, bro. He's gotta die. Ah. Jesus. No! Ah! 2 times?
I am Malenia.
No!
Blade.
1 millisecond. Alright. This is already 4:30. I went like half an hour too far. As I promised. That was actually a little bit fun. That was actually fun. At least we get to the second phase. All I gotta do is just like make sure my first phase consistent, so I have enough healing item to learn the second phase. If not, I don't know. I feel like she's just the second phase is basically the same, but she flies a lot. More? Okay, I don't know, man. It's already like 4:30 a.m. And a lot of people start going to sleep as well, so. But I'll be back tomorrow, as usual. We're gonna chillio. More of these. Yeah. People weird. What do you mean? What do you want me to do to go more? Although, I do feel like that she is a little bit dealing way too much damage to me than she's supposed to be. Because I feel like I shouldn't take that much damage. But I'm not sure. I don't think I'm over leveled though. I don't think so. That's the thing. They're on Discord, that's what I saw. What do you mean? But yeah, I really think either under leveled, or that's just how the fight's supposed to be. Like she's just supposed to be one hit thingy. I'm not sure. What is that? What the fuck? Oh, wait, you're not wrong. Huh. Monka Jiga. I didn't notice that. Okay, wait, maybe one more. Now I kind of want to see. Wait, what? Why is there a giant statue there? Huh? Oh fuck. Oh yeah, you're right. Kinda. It actually kinda resembles her, but not really. That makes sense. Oh my. Bro! Thank you. No way.
Bro, switch change! Bro!
Blade of Mikola.
Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god. Okay. We gotta continue this tomorrow. I can keep going at this, but I'm clearly a little bit tired. It's already 4 a.m. There's no way I can defeat her with a little bit, you know, half awake like this. We're probably gonna defeat her tomorrow, and then I don't know if this is gonna be the last part of the game that we haven't discovered yet. I'm not sure. There's actually some more stuff in this area that we haven't discovered. So there's that. Shit. There's still more things to discover. Holy shit. We may or may not gonna be able to finish this game tonight. I mean, this week. Probably not. I would assume, but you know, you never try, you never know. Let me just mark things that we gotta visit tomorrow. Okay. So we got 4 more spots in the mountaintop of the giants. I think the rest of the area, I think we're kind of done with it. Yeah. Pretty much. So it's just up, just here. We're gonna figure it out. Alright. Coolio, coolio. I think we goodio, goodio. Alright, chat. I'm a peace out here. Thank you guys all for chilling out. Oh man. Oh, I've missed this vibe. Where you gotta try the whole fucking day to find the fucking boss. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Raid ahead. I mean, we could. There's not much people though. Holy shit, there's so many people streaming today. Actually. Kinda surprised. The fuck? Looks like this area also an invader favorite spot. Interesting. Probably because they know a lot of people get stuck in this one. Probably, not sure. Alright, let's see. Who should we raid today? Fede. Verdamus doing Vermintide. Vermintide 2's... Oh, birth... Oh, okay. What the fuck? I was like, what? I thought it was his birthday. Vermintide's pretty chill. We can do that. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead then. Well, I guess we just do the outro here. Jesus, this game is so fucking hefty. The fucking outro is loading. What the fuck? I really do need to get more space for this. But then again, fucking Chrome is heavy as fuck. Alright. I'm gonna send you guys over to Rodamus. Jesus Christ, dude. Vermintide's fucking crazy. Should try. I've actually been planning to do Vermintide with my friends. We're probably gonna do Vermintide in the future. That game looks fun. Alright, you guys know what to do. Spam the schmoll rate in their chat. As usual, just like so. Bada bing, bada boom. But if you're not a sub, you can spam whatever you want. Share the love to game as you guys share love with me today. And I think that's all. I think that is all indeed. Yeah. Other than that, tomorrow I'll be back again to defeat this bitch. We're probably gonna kill her tomorrow. Easy. But yeah, that's it for tonight. I'll see you guys on the next one, which is tomorrow, and I'll see you guys on our demo stream. Take it easy. Peace out. Have a good one. Enjoy the weekend, chat. Bye-bye. Love you. Skirt. Spam the rate. Spam it. Small rate. Spam it. Better spam it. Swear to God, you better spam it. You better spam it.